Alrighty, let me open my door just to chill it out. But thank you so much for enjoying my ASMR, okay? It was not intense ear whispering. It was literally just me walking around doing stuff, which I think is better in a lot of ways, to be honest. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot in here. Okay. Lily likes giving a show. You're welcome, dude. I'm genuinely so nice. That's not how the thing is. I fucking knew it. That's okay. How do I do this? How do I do this? You know what? Fuck it. I'll just... There. Fuck it. Yes, this is what I've been doing, okay? The entire fucking... Oh my god. Oh my god. Alarm goals in 6? What does that mean? Oh, good night. Oh shit, good night, rest well. Okay, we have more FNAF. Classic, okay? We're gonna make a dent in this before we have to do anything else, because this is part of the fucking thing. Okay? FNAF. Did I say it was FNAF lore? Yes, I did say FNAF lore. Awesome. Sorry, I need to make sure that the audio is proper again because we changed the audio a bunch of times earlier.
It's back.
It's back. I forgot. Okay, we are here, but I'm just gonna start here because I don't remember where we stopped.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, the show that clearly doesn't understand the meaning of the word final.
I eat popcorn.
Finally over. That is the end. Last
FNAF made this news channel for real. Seriously, bro.
Final FNAF theory.
Well, just stop saying the word final then, bro.
Confirmed endings in FNAFs 3, 4, 6, and Ultimate
they're
Custom
not.
Night. It's
What,
like Doctor
when?
Strange saw 14 million different endings and Scott Cawthon was like, I'll take them all! Beginning to think FNAF World's inclusion of FNAF 57 Freddy in Space was less of a joke and more of a preview of coming attractions. So anyway, it's back. Call it whatever you like.
Is that a real game?
Of a joke and more of a preview of coming.
Oh, no, it's not. It says release date April 1st, 2030. It says release date April 1st, 2030, though. Oh, it's in FNAF World? Welcome back, Hardcore.
Attractions. So anyway, it's back.
Okay.
Call it whatever you like. FNAF 7, FNAF VR, Help Wanted, MatPat Insanity Simulator. But after a year of detoxing, Five Nights at Freddy's is back with a new official game in the series, and it, more so than any other installment, feels like an inflection point. A game that is simultaneously
Wait, have we
back
watched
to pay tribute
this
to where
part?
these games
No, we
began,
haven't.
as
Okay.
well as a game that's looking forward to lay the groundwork for
Were
where
you
this
eating
franchise
popcorn?
is
Yes,
headed.
I was eating
this
popcorn
isn't
while we were
just
playing.
some quick VR cash grab for the series. This is a pivotal game in the canon that closes the book on the old
Are you
lore
sure
and
it's
also
not just a
launches
cash
us
grab,
into
bro?
FNAF the next generation. It seems to answer some old mysteries from the previous games, all while opening up the themes and tone for what's to come. And there is a lot to unpack here. This is, without question, the meatiest game in the FNAF library, which is impressive because it's still a VR title. So let's not waste any time and get started with the basics. Now, in case you don't have a VR headset, I've actually played through the entire game on GT Live, so you can check out all the...
Can you play it even if you don't have VR? I knew you'd be eating popcorn. I said I was gonna eat popcorn. Okay, so it has to have VR.
highlights.
No! No! Oh! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Did we do it?
And lowlights of my playthrough over there.
Hello, boys and girls. I'm here to give you the
Oh,
happiest
no.
day ever. Come with me, wayward souls. We've got vengeance to strike.
But let me quickly take you through what you need to know for today's theory.
Oh,
In
they
Five
did?
Nights
Oh,
at
now they
Freddy's
did?
Help
Okay.
Wanted, we're playing as a beta tester for a new Freddy game. As we're told in the opening cinematic,
We know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation over the last few
Wait, so are you telling me that, like, all these theorists had to get a VR headset to really be able to experience it on their own?
decades. While it's true that some stories associated with our name were
Damn,
loosely
that kinda
based on
sus,
actual
bro.
events, the majority of them were total fabrications from the mind
What?
over the last few decades. While it's true that some stories associated with our name were loosely based on actual events, the majority of them were total fabrications from
Okay.
the mind of a complete lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
And yes, that picture is really Scott Cawthon canonically inserting himself into this game. That is a discussion for
Amazing!
another
I love
episode, my
that.
friends, because
Wow.
it throws all sorts of
Scott, you're looking good out there. I really love that Willy Wonka glasses. I'm kind of into it, you know. The color is really, you know, flattering for you. Damn. Okay, Scott.
weird monkey wrenches into the lore, but we'll get to that later. So according to the intro, Scott's Games gave Fazbear Entertainment a bad name, and the point of this Freddy Fazbear virtual experience then is to poke fun of their past,
Oh!
clear their name, and ultimately
actually kinda
rebuild
funny.
the brand. Seems
Dude, this is so meta. What the fuck? Wait, this is actually meta. I love that.
simple enough, right? Play through some loving recreations of past games as well as some new minigames, and that's it. Job complete. A new generation of Faz fans fall in love with all these new characters and add to Scott Cawthon's growing pile of money.
Don't forget the merch, perfect for birthdays.
Speaking
Scott's
of merch,
wife watching
Fazbear
Lily
Entertainment
flirt.
ain't the only ones
Scott's
chilling for their
wife
supper.
watching me
Game
flirt
Theory merch is
would just be
also
chill with
perfect
it.
for
I'm pretty
birthdays.
sure.
Heck, probably even more perfect.
Remember, you guys, that's on marriage strength or whatever. Yes, that's on relationship strength.
For birthdays, Scott. And wouldn't you know it, we just released a bunch of new items for you. Can't
Oh,
sleep at night
wow.
because you can't making code break. Also, a puzzle for your
Wait, hold on.
asymmetric because I
That's kind of nice. I kind of like that one.
think it's really fashionable and close shirts and once they're gone. And socks are supposed to temp here through the games by mini Renas and lol
But I'm right
characters
here.
that
Flirt
most
with
of
me.
you watching
P, I love you, sweetie. Seriously. But I think you wouldn't even technically need flirting. I think you really are just the sweetest thing. And the idea of me sitting on you is pretty good enough, honestly.
this probably haven't
For
even
you.
heard of before because you have much better things to do with your brain space than I do. Practically everyone is here in this game, except for one
So
important
the same thing as the
omission.
other one, right?
Golden
Same thing as
Freddy.
Ultimate Custom?
I mean, Laura isn't around either, but you know, I said important.
What? What? How dare you, bro?
Is here in this game, except for one important omission. Golden Freddy. I mean, Laura isn't around either, but you know, I said important.
I want flirts, so make me feel
But that
handsome.
seems weird, right? I mean,
Aw.
this is a game that dropped
Little baby wants flirts, huh? A little beg. Do it.
you into perfect recreations of the
Yo,
first
what's
three
up,
installments
Ozzy?
of the
Me
series.
neither. I
You
never
don't
played
just
Freddy's.
forget about one of the most important characters to the lore of these games.
Why is
Well,
Ballora
that's
nobody's
because
favorite?
It isn't some careless oversight. Golden Freddy isn't here for a reason. It's our first clue that this game isn't just a joke and is a canonical entry.
Why?
Specifically, it tells us where it falls in line with everything else that we've played through. Golden Freddy isn't here because she's busy hanging out in HE double Chica arms with William Afton. Think back to the end of Ultimate Custom Night and our
okay,
previous
fair,
theories.
fair.
By tracking the voice lines used throughout the game over screens, we were able to piece together that
Please, please, Lily, my mistress, please flirt with me. I would love it. Oh, P. Oh, P. Okay, honey. Damn, P. Is that just... Nope. That's not a good one. I don't know how to flirt with you. You're just too cute. Aren't you just the cutest little boy? Yeah? You're my cute little boy, right, P? I don't even know how to... Yeah. Honestly, flirting with UP is straight up just good boy. You would do anything for me, and I bet you'd be so good at it. I bet you would feel so good under me. There you go.
we're playing as William Afton.
Why
in
do
that
so many
game.
people want to
Child
bang the
killer
glam rock Freddy?
extraordinaire.
Yo, hey, Ozzy, get in that with the Toy Chicas. I looked up Toy Chica Rule 34. Shit's wild.
that the whole game was him trapped in heck to atone for his sins. And the thing that was keeping him there was the one he should not have killed, a girl named Cassidy. The spirit who had an axe to grind, possessing the Golden Freddy suit. The reason Golden Freddy isn't in FNAF VR is because the spirit is down there tormenting Willie A forever, from here until the end of the series. That's why the ultimate ending of Custom Night was Golden Freddy twitching off into the darkness. Cassidy never gives up her soul, no matter what Old Man Consequences said. Further cementing that Help Wanted is now at the end of the FNAF timeline is this miserable little creature right here, the Scrap Baby plush. Because why wouldn't you want to cuddle with something that rips in half and eats children alive? Let me remind everyone who doesn't have an encyclopedic index of all 60+ animatronics that have graced the screen in this
wrong that there's that
franchise,
many
Scrap
animatronics.
Baby is
That's
the homeless
wrong.
hobo version of the old baby after escaping sister location.
Bro, just call it baby. It's the same fucking thing. Just call it baby.
And who was voted out of the Ennard tribe sometime between FNAF 5
Very
and
good.
6.
What are you good
Her
at,
only
Pete?
on-screen appearance is in FNAF 6, so the fact that a reference to her exists in this game at all means that it must come after her expulsion from Ennard, sometime definitely after FNAF 5, but again, with Golden Freddy missing, it seems to secure it after everything's burned down and closed. So we have-
shit! You guys know that person who is going around VTubers asking people to block them? They hit me! Woo! Let's go! He strikes me like he would be good at licking feet. Yeah, I bet he would be so good kissing my feet, right?
have ourselves a company that's trying to rebuild its reputation after a series of tragic events. Seems pretty simple, right? Of course not.
Some
this
random
is a FNAF game. You know that the story is never going to be that obvious. Hidden throughout the game are cassette tapes that, when collected, unleash a new monster into the hallways of this pizzeria. What the game's
It's not drama.
files
Wait,
refer
wait.
to-
It's not drama, you guys. It's somebody that's just walking around, or like going around, I think, going, block me, you gaping cunt.
as Glitch Trap, a yellow brown
what is
its
this?
reputation
I don't remember
after a
this.
series of tragic events.
Hi, Luigi
Seems
fan.
Pretty simple, right? Of course not. This is a FNAF game. You know that the story is never going to be that obvious. Hidden throughout the game are cassette tapes that, when
Twitter's it?
collected,
Is it?
unleash
I don't
a
remember
new
seeing
monster
anything
into the
around
hallways
Twitter
of this
for it.
pizzeria.
I
What the
only saw
game's
somebody who,
files
like-
refer to as Glitch Trap, a yellow bunny with
I only saw
purple
somebody
eyes.
who,
Yellow
who
bunny
got
with
the
purple
same
eyes,
messages,
you
that's
say? I think I might know where this is headed. As you collect more and more tapes, this glitch rabbit comes closer and closer, becoming more and more fully formed. Beat all the minigames, and you unlock the final challenge, Pizza Party, a nightmarish fever dream that mashes together every location that you just
I'm sorry. Wait, Glitch Trap is only here right now, right? Like, this is the first time we saw Glitch Trap?
game. You know that the story is never going to be that obvious. Hidden throughout the game are cassette tapes that, when collected, unleash
Glitch
a new
Trap is new
monster
here.
into
Alright,
the
awesome.
hallways
Oh,
of this
damn.
pizzeria. What the game's files refer to as Glitch Trap, a yellow bunny with purple eyes. Yellow bunny with purple eyes, you say? I think I might know where this is headed. As you collect more and more tapes, this glitch rabbit comes closer and closer, becoming more and more fully formed. Beat all the minigames, and you unlock the final challenge, Pizza Party.
Why'd
a
they make him
nightmarish
look
fever
like a
dream that
fucking
mashes
Jello?
together every location that you just played through. Waiting for you at the end of this
damn.
horrific maze is the single
That's pretty sick,
scariest
though.
moment from the entire franchise. And I can't emphasize that enough. It is literally chilling. What you learn is that you, a 7-year-old, have been lured to the back room of Freddy's. And what awaits you is your pizza party.
Oh
complete
no!
with your favorite flavor
Wait. That pizza
back
looks
room
low-key
of
good.
Freddy's.
Hold on.
And what awaits you is your pizza
That's how
party.
you know I'm hungry. Why does that pizza look pretty fire though? That shit's, kind of like sloppy, like a New York slice, dude. Floppy. Sorry, I'm thinking about something else. Floppy, like a New York slice.
Complete with your favorite flavor of cake, all your best animatronic friends, and then Glitch Trap calls you
Oh
to follow.
no!
The music
Hey,
fades.
that's creepy.
Suddenly, you're on stage.
That's
You're
creepy as
holding
hell.
Freddy's microphone. You are Freddy. You've been stuffed. You are now a missing child, watching as your killer dances gleefully to the song that you're being forced to stand up on stage and sing.
Okay, I know this is supposed to be a scary part, but could you actually imagine if you got to be on stage and be Freddy? Like, I would kill that fucking... What is that? What is that singing contest like a million years ago that Kelly Clarkson won? American Idol? Yeah, I would kill that fucking American Idol.
This isn't just a spooky
What?
jump scare of
Glitch
some
Trap was a
goofy
sexy
character.
Tumblr man
this
also?
is real horror. So it definitely seems like this new character, Pedo Hair over here, is
Ew.
William Afton.
What the
I mean,
fuck?
sure, the suit isn't as bulky as a Springlock suit, but he's got all the other qualifications down. Yellow bunny fursona, check. Association with the color purple, check.
Okay, that's
Enjoys
fair.
children's pizza parties, just a wee bit too
Ew,
much.
okay,
Big old check
yeah,
again.
kind of
Then
fair.
again, to call this character William would be missing a huge chunk of this game's story. This isn't William. Like I said, he's trapped in eternal torment with Cassidy, listening to Barney the hippo over here tell his life story.
Hey, wait.
Rye bread was always fresh on Tuesday. We made sourdough bread on
I love
Monday and
Mr.
do it
Hippo.
on Wednesday. What was I saying?
No, to understand who, or better put, what this thing actually is, we need to examine.
You know what this thing is? It's all the, like, honestly, at this point, you can say anything about it. Oh, man, it's all the fear that, you know, we have had from all the other games put together, because all the games are being put together right now. So this is, you know, the torment of blah, 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 blah. Like, this is exactly what he sounds like. You know what I mean? At this point.
The tapes that summoned Glitch Trap here in the first place. Scattered throughout the various minigames are 16 glitching cassettes left behind by a former game dev, Tape Girl, which, when put together, tell
How
the
much
story
y'all
of
want to
a
bet
failing
Lily
game
has a
company,
Springtrap
bit of malicious
donkey?
code.
All right, listen to this, okay? Just fucking listen to this. I met Springtrap literally right before the weekend, so definitely not Springtrap, but all FNAF animatronics, okay? Let's see the map. And I can go ahead and tell you which one I could get a donkey of, for sure. Okay? Why the fuck do these say withered? Where's the withered ones from? Do any of these have a tongue? If you have a tongue, you're at least a little bit closer to what I'm looking for. Mr. Hippo. I'd fuck Mr. Hippo. Nobody has a tongue? Jesus Christ. Any of the fucking staff bots, okay? Even the Night Marionette bots. Any of the staff bots. I don't know what the fuck they are, but apparently. What the fuck is L Chip? L Chip is kind of oh, the Prize King? Okay. For sure. Prize King. Captain Foxy? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Wet floor bot? Yo, two things can be wet in here. All right. What the? Even though there's holiday ones too? What the fuck? There's so many of these and none of them was allowed to have a tongue. Come on, you guys. One of them says Big Bad Foxy. Oh no. Twisted Foxy has two mouths. Okay, Twisted Wolf for sure. Let's just say Twisted Wolf for sure. Okay, the candy animatronic, like the candy stuff literally only looks like kids' toys, so definitely not that. I don't even, what the fuck? Yeah, there you go. There you go. I've made my choices. First choice though, probs the staff bots. The staff bots are actually kind of cute. They all look like they would be, they look like they would all be bottoms, and I'm down for that. Okay. And Mr. Hippo, you know, like, I couldn't imagine just riding on top of him going, and he's like telling this nice, beautiful, long story about bread. Like, bless him. Okay. Man is living his life. Yeah. 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 All right, those are my choices. You're welcome.
and some very stabby office supplies. We're also introduced to the story of another beta tester who was in our position before us.
Orville
named
can use
Jeremy,
that trunk too.
making this
Hey,
the
bet that trunk can suck up some shit, bro.
third time that the name Jeremy has appeared in these games, with the name
right.
introduced to the story of another beta tester who was in our position before us, named Jeremy,
Oh,
making
Jeremy's
this the
a beta
third time
tester.
that the name Jeremy has
A
appeared in these
whole
games,
other-
with the first being
Once
FNAF
again,
2.
okay, I do remember this. Straight up, fucking Scott just hanging out here, like going, let me just randomly throw in other dudes named Jeremy, and they're gonna lose their fucking shit for trying to tie into why this Jeremy is the same Jeremy as that Jeremy.
Who's Night Guard, and then again on the gravestones in FNAF 6. Coincidence?
I think not.
The first tape immediately makes it clear we're not picking these up in chronological order,
There are more. They may not be in order.
which leaves us the task of shuffling them into some modicum of sense in order to put the story together of what really happened while this game, the game we're supposedly playing now in its final form, was in development. Going through the tapes, I've done the shuffling for you, and I think I've come up with the most cohesive narrative based on the evidence and what Tape Girl actually says. She begins by telling us that the game's then playtester Jeremy has been complaining to his manager Dale about nightmares. Except he's not explaining.
It's not pronounced Dale, it's pronounced Dale. Mr. Worldwide. Dale. What's up, Soviet Granny? It's been ages. I
Telling
hope
them
you're
like they're
doing well.
nightmares.
Thank you
He's
so much
talking
for
about
coming
them
by,
like they're
bro.
real.
Holy
He wasn't
shit.
talking about it like someone telling a friend about his dreams, though. He was pale. He doesn't even jump anymore. He just stands there like he's talking to someone.
Pale,
Yeah,
doesn't react to
yikes.
scares, talking to themselves. Sounds to me like he's going crazy. Either that or he's
How's
just a
it
FNAF
going?
YouTuber.
You know, the same
Hashtag
old as
relatable,
ever.
am I right? The game
And
he's
by that,
working
I
on
mean,
is
however,
this one,
about
Freddy
2
Fazbear's
years and a
Virtual
half
Experience, which includes
ago.
some code that was inherited from Fazbear Entertainment. Scanned off some old hard drives to save him time and money.
It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that. It seemed to
We're
take
watching
hold by itself,
FNAF lore
but
right
then
now.
He started appearing. At least that's what Jeremy said.
Manager Dale doesn't seem to take Jeremy's warning seriously, however,
Classic
and instead he
Dale.
starts documenting all of Jeremy's behavior in preparation to fire him.
You can
Classic
always tell when
manager
a company is
Dale.
getting ready to fire someone.
Managers
The thing
always
about it
fucking
is
like this,
that I don't
honestly.
think they were going to fire him because of anything he was doing wrong. They just knew he'd seen something.
This confirms for us one major detail,
That's fucked
that
up.
the scariest thing in the FNAF universe is crunch time. Working long hours until you're driven crazy and then fired at the end? Man, it's just like the real-life games industry. It's uncanny. These games just get more and more realistic. So Jeremy is going crazy and no one is listening. Flash forward to tape 6 where Tape Girl talks about coming in
I
early.
feel like this entire thing, this entire VR one has like zero actual big lore. You know what I mean? And I just feel like it's just extra stuff separate and using the FNAF fun VR shit. It does? You're telling me this Tape Girl is like gonna be roped into something else? You know what I mean?
one morning to see the supply room lit and Jeremy in the darkened testing room. It's a short tape, but it's an important one because it sets us up for tape number 9, when we learn that what she saw looked like a Halloween mask laying on the ground and a bunch of ink both on Jeremy and scattered around the floor. But that's not ink.
Oh,
That's no
shit,
mask.
okay.
The ink is Jeremy's
Blood.
and the mask is actually
Ew.
Jeremy's face, which
Wait,
he
that's
presumably
gross.
sliced off his own body using the aptly named guillotine paper cutter. We know this to be true thanks to tape number 4, where we hear Tape Girl say that the cutter comes from the supply room and that Jeremy expressly knew where it was.
I didn't even know we had one in the supply room. I was always afraid of losing a finger. That seems so silly now. Jeremy used to do design work. I guess that's how he knew it was there.
And for
Wait, hold on. Oh, I
In
see,
an
I see.
early
She
one
found
morning-
him. Okay. She found him.
In the supply room. I was always afraid of losing a finger. That seems so silly now. Jeremy used to do design work.
he sliced off his face due to all these seemingly minute details about how his face was obscured that morning.
I went back and peered in the window. I couldn't see his face. He had the visor covering his head.
Anyone else getting some bizarre Bite of 87 vibes from this story? No? Is it just me? Huh. So Jeremy eventually
It's just
dies
you,
from
buddy.
his injuries.
Definitely not
After
me.
Jeremy's death, things
Ugh.
start getting even weirder, which is a relative statement considering that this is the FNAF franchise we're talking about. Tape Girl overhears a conversation about a lawsuit in the aftermath of Jeremy's death, which makes perfect sense given that he died a horrific death on the job. In response, the company starts taking some serious steps to cover their tracks, namely to sell off the game and destroy evidence that could incriminate him. In the meantime, Tape Girl takes over Jeremy's role as playtester,
And then Tape
all
Girl
we can
dies.
hope is that she really cleaned that VR headset before she put that thing back on. She has 3 days to playtest the game. Across her audio logs, we learn that in that time, she sees Glitch Trap for the first time and comes to learn that he's attached itself to her audio logs. She
How?
tries to delete.
How has he attached itself? How did they attach themselves to an audio log? Are we gonna talk about Remnant? Hello? Is this? Come on, say the thing. Say the thing so I can do the alarm. Cop out alarm! Cop out alarm! That's a cop out. That's a fucking cop out right the fuck there. Cop out alarm! This is a game with dead children controlling robots. This is the line we draw? No, we don't have a line drawn here. We have a line drawn in every single, 6-hour period. We've at least had, 6 different cop-out alarm drawns already. Don't worry about it.
Delete them. But
I
can't.
promise,
So
this is
instead
not
of
the
deleting
only
them, she
time when I
fragments and
called
disperses
fucking
them into the
bullshit
16
here.
small pieces.
You know what? This is what it is. This is what it is. And it's gonna be like, Lily, you're wilding out here. But I believe in the possibility of haunted animatronics. Okay? I do. I think that things can haunt things. But do I believe in that remnant shit? No, that shit is the same thing as midichlorians, okay? Do I believe that people can, die multiple times and come back to life after, being burned alive, 5, 6 times? No, I don't. But I can believe that something is haunting. I'll tell you that.
Been collecting throughout our playthrough, warning us that they shouldn't be reunited at any cost.
Oh, so part of the game is me doing the one thing the girl said not to do, huh? Of course.
All traces of these logs that I've created. I fear that finding them and reassembling them will also reassemble the very thing I've tried so desperately to destroy.
I bet also, right? We find that log, not at the end. Is it at the end?
Leading them, she fragments and disperses them into the 16 small pieces we've been collecting throughout our playthrough, warning us that they
Yeah, I feel like we got to that tape before we get everything else, but people's curiosity makes them want to get all the other tapes and put them together. If this was genuinely realistic and not a game where you actually have to go through all of them, I'd straight up be like, nah, fuck that. I won't. I don't need to know. You know? I'm fucked either way. I don't need to know.
They shouldn't be reunited at any cost.
Hide all traces
Oh,
of
it's
these
one of the
logs that
last
I've
ones?
created.
Of course
I
it's
fear
one
that
of the last
finding them
ones.
And
How many other fucking pieces of fiction where they're like, okay, you're not supposed to put them all together, but you only figure that out at the very end that you're not supposed to put them all together, and then that's right then is when you get your ass eaten.
Reassembling them will also reassemble the very thing I've
Your
tried
friend died
so
and came back
desperately to
6 times, or
destroy.
what?
Probably shouldn't have hidden that info on tape 15 of 16.
Oh, okay,
After
that's
that,
fair.
though,
All
she
right, good
seems
one.
to backtrack on her story, saying that in fact the entity in the game can be killed, and that to do so we should reassemble the tapes. Odd, but okay, we've
No, not odd, but okay. That shit sounds like she's getting manipulated, my dude. What do you mean odd, but okay? That sounds fucking wrong. That shit sounds sus as hell, okay? If I heard somebody say, don't fucking do that, and then the next tape they were like, you know what? Yeah, do that. That means somebody picked up my walkie, all right? Somebody picked up the other fucking walkie and went, yeah, walk right into the line of sight of the enemy, bitch ass.
got them all anyway, so might as well see what we can do. Glitch Trap attacks us once we have 16 tapes, and if we don't respond in time, we trade places with him. For a brief second, we see through his eyes back down at the console that we were just operating. Our consciousness has truly melded with his, just like the voiceover warned about at the top of the game.
We are Glitch Trap.
Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible for accidental digital consciousness transference.
So that's a bad ending. But if we do manage to properly follow Tape Girl's instructions as he's trying to mind meld with us, well, he still seems like he escaped. Or at the very least, he definitely doesn't die. This should have been like some Mr. Smith in the Matrix moment where all his code disintegrates or something. But instead, we're trapped on one side of a door in the game. A bloody, hand-printed door with scratch marks clearly
If you don't do it, you die. If you do it, you also die.
showing people stuck in here desperately trying to escape. And we see Glitch Trap practically skipping off into the darkness. This doesn't seem like the ending we should be getting for putting all the pieces of the tape together and following all the tape maker's instructions. That would basically mean that FNAF VR has 3 losing scenarios here. Getting stuffed at the end of the pizza party, transferring consciousness on the home screen, and getting locked behind the door if you choose to follow Tape Girl's instructions. That can't be right.
If at the beginning, right? In the beginning, if at the beginning they said, yeah, watch out for transferring consciousness. Oh, great. VTube Studio decide to fucking die on me. Classic. Hello? If in the beginning, okay. All right, sorry. They said that you could have digital conference change, confusion, whatever. It makes sense that, what the fuck, dude? What the hell is going on my phone? It makes sense that, like, that's the first thing you thought, right? Is that we're getting manipulated any single time we go. Okay, we're back. Oh, thank God.
Can it? Well, maybe it is. Maybe that's the point of the game. Maybe we are destined to lose no matter what we do here. I mean, think about it. The canon ending of Sister Location was a bad ending, with Michael getting scooped. The canon ending of FNAF 4 was a bad ending, with the crying child getting bitten. In FNAF 6, you and literally everyone else burned to death. I mean, it's considered a victory, but you're still dead. Now, let's look closer at the text of the audio logs. There is something clearly wrong in them. The tapes start out just fine. They follow her story in a pretty logical way, and we know she's a real person in the real world because she's observing things from outside the game's testing room. Things like Jeremy complaining to management and the stuff that's present in the supply room.
Thank you for fixing your posture. I appreciate it.
Inspection, you start noticing some strange anomalies. For instance, we have 2 tapes that both start with her introducing who she is. A hi or a hello followed by you don't know me, or can you hear me? Which is our first hint that something's a bit off. The same person is making these tapes the whole time for the same audience. So why introduce herself to us twice in both tape?
If he's about to fucking tell me that, oh, she's probably getting manipulated as Glitch Trap, like right the fuck now. If he's trying to fucking convince me some shit like that when I found that shit out 10 minutes ago, okay?
1 and tape 15.
Like, this is how I know this shit was made for kids. Sorry. I mean, FNAF was definitely not fucking made for kids. But these videos sure were. Soviet Granny, thank you so much. Thank you for joining first class. I very much appreciate it. Would you like to subtract 5 minutes? Or add 5 minutes to the timer? Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's been a while.
Why would one end with her saying,
Now I fear that those logs are being used as a Trojan horse. If you are unable to abandon development, hide all traces of these logs that I've created.
basically telling us to hide the log?
I'm sorry. I bet the voice, like, I don't particularly like the way that this is specifically voiced through. I don't know if it's the direction or something, but the way that she said logs is very, like, outwardly enunciated in an interesting way.
But then also say this.
There are more. They may not be in order.
Basically inviting us to
It just
put
sounds
them
not like a
all
real
together.
person speaking.
Weirder still is the fact that the last file suddenly does this major about face relative to all the previous logs, where suddenly she says out of nowhere, oh yeah, there is a way to kill Glitch Trap. This is
My bro, I said this like 15 minutes ago.
odd on a lot of different levels. The first and
It's so odd. Isn't that so odd? Isn't that so fucking weird? Huh? You know what else is really interesting? Like what they said in the very beginning about how, you know, Glitch Trap can watch through you. Fucking Dumb
Most
bitch.
obvious being, if these instructions really do work and she's
All
so
right,
sure
if
about
Soviet
it, why
Granny
didn't
doesn't want
she
something
follow
specific,
them? If
I
this method
choose,
was
all right?
actually effective and she knew it was effective, Glitch Trap wouldn't be in the game anymore because she would have followed her own advice and wiped him out. How would she even know that this system works? The answer is, it clearly doesn't. Or at least it doesn't do what she says it's gonna do. That's because she's not trying to get you to kill off the entity in the code, she's trying to get you to release it. While we don't have every piece of the puzzle in this story,
Bro,
here's what I think actually
Why
happened.
do you, like, what other puzzle piece do you fucking need, my man?
With all these audio tapes. The tape
Thank
maker
you,
starts out
thank you,
genuinely
Soviet
making
Granny,
these
I
logs to document
appreciate
the weird stuff that's happening in the game studio. The stuff with Jeremy really happens. She really sees Glitch Trap in the game, but on her last day of playtesting, she tries to delete the files and fails. Instead of killing Glitch Trap, she undergoes a digital consciousness transfer, just like we do in one of the 3 bad endings.
That's it. That's it. It took him a whole 9 minutes to share that when we figured it out all the way back here.
Trapping her in the
Oh
game
my
and
God.
releasing Glitch Trap, presumably into her own body, or just releasing him into the real world. Both of which are possibilities that the game explicitly warns us about in the opening sequence.
I know that. You said this 3 times, Matt. You said this 3 different fucking times, Matt.
Fazbear Entertainment is not responsible
This,
for
I've
accidental
heard this twice already.
digital consciousness transference, real-world manifestations of digital characters.
That, my friends, is why you always have to read the disclaimer. From inside the game, she's now stuck.
Don't
with her
see it as a
only
video,
hope
but
for
as an
escape
article
being
or
to
an
go
essay.
through the same process.
Even a video essay, and I watch a lot of video essays about, interestingly, NFT and crypto scams, just because I find them interesting. Okay, and it's this is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot.
She just went through from the other side.
He
She
wouldn't have to
creates
repeat it if
new
there was a
log,
video
starting over
Subway
by saying,
service playing. That's too funny,
Can you hear
actually.
me?
which in reality is saying, hello, can you hear me in here? Since she's now making the log from inside the game. She tries to create a new story that encourages a future developer to piece the logs back together, and then seeds one final log out there to tease the idea that a future developer can solve the problem by killing off Glitch Trap using her log assembly method. It's smartly constructed, because she's counting on future developers having the same curiosity and determination she did. She even mentions this in one of her earlier logs, tape 3, that when Jeremy had told the developers that something was wrong,
But as a dev team, we all just saw it as a challenge to find what the problem was and fix it.
we do exactly the same thing, finding what's wrong and following the instructions on how to fix it, only to find ourselves on the wrong side of the door covered in handprints, where presumably lots of other people have been there before us.
My bro, I think there was no other option. Don't make it seem like there was another option, okay?
Glitch Trap, or whoever is in the body of Glitch Trap at this point, perhaps Tape Girl herself, disappears into the darkness and takes over our body on the outside. And now it's our turn to wait for the next beta tester to come in, follow the tapes, and hand over their consciousness to us. Now, that last bit there is speculation based on the oddities in the audio logs and the fact that following her instructions results in seemingly yet another bad ending. But even if all of that about consciousness switching and her being trapped in the game and us taking her place trapped in the game isn't the case, the point is, William's back, just not in a way that any of us expected. What seems undeniable in
only
Help
that
Wanted
if
story
Glitch
is
Trap
the fact
is
that
through
his
William.
consciousness was preserved in the circuit boards that got scanned to make this game. And now, he's here as Glitch Trap, tricking players into letting him escape. It's no longer the same guy. He's now an AI replicating the behaviors of William, and snatching the body of whatever completionist is determined enough to play through all the elements of the game.
Wait, so how did like, let's say that Glitch Trap is William, or how did Glitch Trap become to be? Like, did they figure, did he pull something out of his vagina for that yet? How did Glitch Trap come to be? What is it? Hard drives? Like leftover hard drives? As of a few weeks, okay, so right now, as of what we know right now, Glitch Trap just came to be, right?
In a funny way,
Like,
it's
Glitch Trap is
exactly
just
like
here.
the story we've been
Alright.
piecing together for Petscop. It's odd, actually.
You
Maybe
did
they really
Petscop
are one
too?
and the same,
Fuck.
both made by Scott Cawthon. The biggest lingering question now in my mind, though, how many Williams are out there? Is this just
Is this fucking like Voldemort And he just leaves his shit around.
One instance of an AI looking to escape, and now we're the new host body? Or is it somehow able to replicate itself, copying and pasting its code into any mind out there that's playing its little game? Could we be entering a new part of the FNAF franchise with multiple William Aftons, all in completely different bodies? For as cool as that would be, and honestly I think this game could open up that world, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that's why there's such an emphasis in this game on you being a beta tester. It's one instance of corrupted code and you happen to be playing it, and now you're infected by it. In the next generation of FNAF, you, or at least your body with William Afton's code in your head, is the new killer, and so on and so forth until we finally get to FNAF in space.
But in
hey,
space!
that's just a theory.
A game theory.
And we should probably talk about Jeremy.
All right,
it's
VTube
weird
Studio.
that his name is used 3 times. There
Yeah,
is
VTube Studio
no
broke.
possible way that that's meant to be a coincidence. There's also this random appearance.
I think he's just doing that to fuck with you, dude. Honestly. You know what sucks? It literally is just my phone connecting and then disconnecting multiple times. There's no reason that it should be like this whatsoever. Like VTube Studio, I don't know. Does VTube Studio have an update? Has anybody else have this problem? Everything else is fine. I'm fucking... Anyways, sorry. Louis Loves Demon Chicks is now boarding. Welcome to Lily Bell Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight. Babu it is. God fucking damn it, dude. There's no reason it should be acting up like this. Actually, no. Let's try it again. Like, if there was no problem with it earlier, I don't know why. We gotta make you play day shift at Freddy's? You're not making me play anything, dude. I have a price, and I told you what it is. Could not connect. You're joking, right? So weird. All right. Babu it fucking is. Hold on. Apologies. If you guys can close the thing, I would appreciate it. Close all the other channel point ones. Not you'll love day shift at Freddy's. I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me. I said what I said. I appreciate the thought, but I said what I said. Will it work? Will it work? Will it work? Please work. Please work. Yeah, we're here. Okay, let's go. Nice.
Of shadow for possible way that that's meant to be a
I'm
coincidence.
pretty sure
There's
he's
also
just doing
this
that to
random
fuck with
appearance
you,
of
bro.
Shadow Freddy,
Unless
which
it's
I found
all
in my
the same.
playthrough, which again seems like an odd little detail that's important to account for in the Pizza Party minigame. And the fact that Glitch Trap has 3 toes, just like the footprints that are outside of FNAF 6's house window. There is a lot more here in this game, but I honestly just need more time to think it all through. Rest assured though, I'll be back.
I always come back.
And that, my friends, is why you should subscribe and ring the bell to make... The books offer a closer peek at Henry and William Afton, how their partnership flourished early on, and how their view of the animatronics evolved over time.
Okay.
Thoughtful fans might want to give
The video
these
you sent me?
sections a closer look.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Here. I'll,
letters, it seems you had some trouble with the keypad. I see what you were trying to type, and I will autocorrect it for you. Thank you for selecting Exotic Butters.
I don't truly know what that's actually supposed to do, though. What exactly is it?
Look to determine
You like
how
3D
they
Lily? I'm
impact
glad you
the
enjoy it.
story of the games as well.
Is this some random
Right there.
exotic butters thing?
Clear
I
as
bet it was
crystal.
funnier when it
For
was in the
years,
game.
I've been trying to piece
A
together the story
complimentary
of these
gift.
games,
God-
right?
God bless.
But one thing has always served as a major sticking point, and that thing has been these books.
Oh,
now,
God. Back to
admittedly,
the
these
fucking
books
books.
entered the series at a tough time. FNAF 4 had released a few months prior, the game that, to this day, serves as the single biggest point of frustration for anyone trying to piece together the lore. Scott always trolls us. See also the repeated use of the name Jeremy.
Okay, good. He knows that he's getting fucking trolled for this.
But this one game was just too much. It was a game that played with so many different ideas. It played with dreams and dates and bites and balloon boys and new characters and new toys.
Balloon
Kids that
boys!
looked like established characters. I mean, what was real? What wasn't? No one had any idea. And still to this day, we are at a loss about what.
I kind of like that though. It's I don't know. I love the idea of not being able to tell reality from fiction, right? That's why I think Perfect Blue is like the best movie I've ever watched. And I love watching movies. I've watched a shit ton. But Perfect Blue has that beautiful mix of what was real and what wasn't. And if that is supposedly what FNAF 4 is supposed to be, instead of everybody just trying to make sense of it, then I think FNAF 4 is probably, you know, from an outsider's perspective, probably the most fun.
What this game means for the entire franchise as a whole. And then, shortly after that, FNAF World
I'm a
would enter the
glutton for
picture, and,
torture.
well,
I'm
we all
glad
know
you're
how well
enjoying
that
the
one went.
Krishan VODs.
So, needless to say, it was a sensitive time for the series, and sandwiched in between it all. was
Remember,
Silver
you
Eyes.
guys, Krishan VODs have gone from every other week to every week. So every single Tuesday, we have Krishan VODs, and every other Friday, we're going to have other uploads.
The start of the novels, a story set in the FNAF universe, but not really? Question mark? Scott Cawthon, when the books first came out, tried to make it clear what role these played in the greater story, but I don't know if it helped things. Here's his quote. "The truth is that after a while, lore can become so dense that there isn't any room for a story anymore. Another truth is that what makes for a good game doesn't necessarily make for a good book. Sometimes a time
But why do you care suddenly about a good book, Scott? If the books didn't serve a like, what kind of purpose is it, right? You're a game developer.
gets so full that the only way to tell a real story is have that story set in a different timeline, an alternate universe, a different location, or perhaps from a vantage point that isn't entirely what it appears to be." It's an interesting quote. True to Scott's style, it doesn't give anything away. I mean, everyone immediately latched onto this idea that the books were somehow a separate and alternate universe, but if you come back and read that quote again, like I just did here for the first time in years writing this script, it's actually only one of the possibilities that he raised. In fact, now that all three of the books have
Money?
come out and
I feel like there's other things they could have done to make money that wasn't books. I feel like books out of all of them would make less money.
The main story arc, we actually know what they really were. It was that last thing, a vantage point that wasn't entirely what it appeared to be. Now, spoiler alert for the books, but basically
It's so interesting to see him like make actual movements while he speaks. Like his mouth is moving with every word.
Know what they really were. It was
He was already
that
doing
last
toys merch.
thing,
Yeah,
a
but
vantage point that wasn't
I don't know.
entirely what it appeared to be. Now, spoiler alert for the books, but basically at the
I
end
guess,
of
maybe.
this one, the grand finale, Fourth Closet, it's revealed that our main character, Charlie, is an animatronic recreation of a dead girl. That the brilliant roboticist Henry, co-founder of Freddy's, had a daughter named Charlotte, who was kidnapped and killed by his partner, William Afton, at the age of 3. And that out of his grief, he rebuilt her. And that the character that we've been following for all 3 of these books isn't actually a human being, but just a glorified animatronic that grows older with time. Now,
Very
it sounds really
interesting.
weird,
Hey,
but here, let me
Galloway.
explain. So the 4 closets, what that's in reference to, basically Henry created 4 versions of that robot, each one meant to simulate a different life stage that she would never get to experience. Toddler, tween, teen, adult, thus allowing this robot child to grow up over time.
what happens to the other
infusing
one?
Each one
Right? Can you imagine? Okay, I've made 4 different robots. Once the baby gets to be of 2 years old, all right, the toddler from the ages of 2 to 7 or 2 to 6, however old toddlers are, then kills the fucking baby, right? And that could, right? That's what I'm saying.
one of those robots with fabricated memories of a childhood he created using a camera and tripod. And if you think that sounds weird, then you haven't finished reading this book, my friends, because this book jumps so many sharks. But that is nothing compared to what this book does to the animatronic baby that we all know and love.
Baby!
You know, the clown girl. Well, in the books, she's actually the perfect fourth adult version of Charlotte.
What?
But she's also the robot that still, like we see in the games, devours William Afton's daughter Elizabeth and then goes on to get possessed by her. So this one robot is simultaneously Elizabeth's soul inside of Charlie's adult body, but in addition to dancing and singing and extruding out ice cream, she also has the ability to switch between looking like a passable human, so much so that a character in here actually gets aroused by her.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. 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 All right. Okay. Just stomach it. Just stomach it. Just, it's fine. It's fine.
No joke. And also expanding somehow into a giant clown-shaped robot, the one that we all know and love. She does this by using a combination of needles with little balls on the end, as well as sound illusion discs. I mean, how ridiculous is this, right? It's a good thing nothing that stupid appears in the games.
Whoa! What? Okay, that we do know about.
Yeah, they're in the games, aren't they? They are, actually. If you look at Baby's design as it's presented in the games, you see exactly what this book is talking about. The needles with the little balls on the end, and yeah, even the weirdo sound illusion discs. You might see where I'm going with this, right? Well, many hardcore fans want to dismiss the books and
Oh my god. Oh god. I just need some time for my brain to like zone out. You know when your brain's just like running? It's like a computer, right? Like you can only leave it running for so long before you're like, yeah, I should probably give it a break. It's probably dying.
and treat them as a separate entity. Wall them off entirely from what's going on in the games. You just can't. This book right here, Silver Eyes, is what allowed me to know that Purple Guy's name was going to be revealed as William Afton before Sister Location actually revealed that to be the case.
Those aren't the design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
Ah! Yeah! Nailed it already!
These are the things that confirm that Susie and Fritz...
That's actually adorable, though. Look at how excited he is.
The design choices we were curious about, Mr. Afton.
Ah! Yeah!
What's even better, I can only assume, is this Stephanie? Hi, Russo. Yeah, look at how, like, Stephanie is so proud. Stephanie, oh my God. They're together, right? She's so proud, and she's so like, look at my little man. Look at my little man. He's doing it. Supportive, dude. Honestly, supportive partner. Married with a kid. Okay, all right. So good. Like, look, she's so happy to see him happy, and like, cause that's the first thing she does. She just turns around. She's so cute. I love that, and he's so happy. This is the second best thing to have happened during these MatPat series. Okay, not about FNAF specifically, just the second best thing. This is just adorable.
Nailed it already!
These are the things that
Me win! God damn it!
confirm that Susie and Fritz were missing children's incident victims before it appeared in FNAF 6.
Also the other one. Okay, also the one on the right that starts with the C.
Were missing children's incident victims before it appeared in FNAF 6. The fourth closet explained what Candy Cadet's stories were all about. 5 animatronics, 5
I'm adorable.
souls, all
P,
melted
the more that you say you're specifically adorable, the more it's so hard to imagine that you are a genuine. Like, honestly, can you imagine if I walked around and I said, I'm innocent? I'm innocent. That shit sounds not real.
down into one entity. But because my theories based on the books tended to frustrate hardcore community members, I backed off of using them.
Wait, what? Did I not finish this? Hold on, sorry.
As such, she's not being kept underground with the rest of them. That's why point
This
you
was a
just
while
analyze
ago.
down a story to the point of meaninglessness. In the end, whether this whole timeline
Oh, never mind. I did. Okay. Sorry. I got really fucking confused.
are
for
the
a
things
second.
that confirm
There
that
you go.
Susie and Fritz were missing children's incident victims before it appeared in FNAF 6. The fourth closet explained what Candy Cadet stories were all about. 5 animatronics, 5 souls, all melted down into one entity.
Candy
But
Cadet!
because my theories based on the books tended to frustrate hardcore community members, I backed off of using them. But here is based on the books tended to frustrate hardcore community members.
I just want pizza.
I backed off of using them. But here we are now, me sitting on the couch reading this. The Freddy Files Updated Edition, which, in addition to including more fan art than a typical game theory episode, also has that quote that I mentioned from earlier. Here on page 222, second to last page in the book,
You just ate a
thoughtful
slice?
fans
What kind
might
of
wanna
pizza did you
give
have?
these sections about Henry and William a closer look.
The creators, the books offer a closer peek at Henry and William, how their partnership flourished early on, and how their view of the animatronics evolved over time. Thoughtful fans might want to give these sections a closer look. He literally said that. Matt literally said, hey, suck my fucking dick. I told you, bitch.
Look to determine how they impact the story of the
Costco
games
pepperoni.
as well.
Honestly, I
No
need
denying it
Costco to
now,
bring
friends.
back
These
the
things,
combo.
right over here, these 3, they're important. They are here to stay. So, for today's theory, I threw away everything. All our assumptions, all the things that I thought we had solved from the games. And I took a fresh, clean look at this franchise, this time starting from the perspective of the books. And that brought me down an insane thought train. Now, I don't necessarily think that today's theory is right.
Today's
I
theory?
definitely think that there are plenty of holes in it.
What? Are
but
you
I
telling me
also
all
don't
of these
think
were
it's
just
out of the realm
supposed to
of
be daily
possibility for the
theories?
story that Scott is trying to tell. It's a theory that's worth chewing on because it simultaneously overturns
How often
a
did he
lot of
fucking
the assumptions
upload,
that we made
dude?
about this series, while also filling in a lot of logical holes in the timeline of events. This is a big one, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it. Big like what we missed in FNAF 4. Kind of big. Here's my theory for you today. Mustard
Oh,
Man.
what I'm
You know,
presenting.
orange
Okay,
guy
okay.
from FNAF 6. I'm gonna say he's Henry, original creator of the animatronics, co-owner of Fredbear's Family Diner. That would make this Henry's house. In turn, that would thereby make FNAF 4 his house as well. And if that's his house, then this. But I'm gonna say
Wait!
he's the
Okay,
big
okay, hold
rules
on,
in the
hold on, hold
timeline
on.
of events. This is a big one, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on it. Big like what we missed in FNAF 4. Kind of big. Here's my theory for you today. Mustard Man. You know, orange guy from FNAF 6?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say he's Henry, original creator of the animatronics, co-owner of Fredbear's Family Diner. That would make this Henry's house. In turn, that would thereby make FNAF 4 his house as well.
Okay.
And if that's his house, then this is Henry's son, and this is Henry's other son. That's right. Crying Child isn't any member of the Afton family. He is Henry's son. And then that would make this and this Henry's daughter. And therefore, this then would be Henry's daughter's empty room. Now, hold on. I am sure there are plenty of you hardcore FNAFers out there who are ready to tear this huge.
Whose fucking, like, picture did he borrow to make fun of FNAFers? Because that's a little embarrassing. MatPat needs... I don't know how recent MatPat has done a FNAF thing, right? Like, because these are all really old. These were, like, 3 years ago. So I don't even know if... I can't even, like, put it up and be like, Matt, stop it. Because maybe, for all I know, he's already stopped, and I just didn't know that simply because, you know, we're watching a 3-year, like, very long span FNAF lore deep dive. Hi, VOD. Hello. He's still doing them? Damn. You know what? Again, respect on the cash grab, my bro. What can I say? You know, it is the way it is. But yo, what's up, Nacho?
list apart. This is clearly the Afton household. We have established this time and time again since the release of Sister Location, but stay with me. Sit back, relax. Who am I kidding? Pull out your pen and paper, start taking notes for your angry rage comment down below. This is a FNAF theory unlike anything we've ever talked about, so
Let's just jump into it.
So I already told you the big reveal at the end of the fourth closet, that our protagonist Charlie is a robot built in the image of Henry's dead daughter.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
there
I
is
think Matt's
one
theories,
last twist
some
here.
of
The
Matt's
very
theories are fair. Like, I'm following some of them and I'm going, yeah, that sounds about right.
last page of the book, we go to visit Charlie's grave. The real Charlie, the child who was kidnapped and killed at an early age. It's a grave that ends up high on a hill under a lone tree, similar to a very familiar scene that we see in the games at the end of FNAF 6, the gravestone ending. And on it, we're told the following words were etched into the stone. Beloved daughter, Charlotte Emily, 1980 to 1983. First off, her last name is
Whoa,
Emily.
what?
I mean, there's no other name written here, so that isn't her middle name. So Henry's
3
last name
years
is
old?
Emily? We're talking about the Emily family household? It's just weird. I mean, this is a book series.
Wait, why is that weird? Why is that out of all things weird? Yo, hey, anybody with the last name Emily, rise up, bro. I'm coming over to Matt Pass with a fucking pitchfork, dude. Hello? What do you mean Emily is a last name? Okay, maybe it's different, but from the perspective of like an Asian person, there's a lot of last names that have also been first names.
Filled with animatronics that are possessed by human children and metallic soul glue, but Emily as your last name? That has to be the single largest stretch of imagination out there. And no offense to anyone with Emily as their actual last name. I know it's a
Yeah, I know it's a real thing. Dude, fuck
I'm
this
just
guy.
over-exaggerating my rage for the fact. But
Literally me? Okay, hold on.
as their actual last
Hold
name.
on, hold
I know
on.
It's a real thing. I'm just over-exaggerating.
You know this right here? I need this picture with my face on it, okay? Because this is who I am. I'm over-exaggerating my rage for comedic effect. Every single time I yell at Matt to go fucking pull some other shit out of his ass, like, I'm just over-exaggerating my rage for comedic effect. It's fine.
Nacho Can 90 seconds is now boarding. Welcome to Reliable Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight.
You know what I mean? It's there you go.
Exaggerating my rage for comedic effect. But the important thing here is the date, right? Born in 1980,
I have a good feeling Matt is a very good actor.
died
Like,
in 1983.
if Matt isn't a good like
83.
isn't an
Should
actor,
sound familiar,
it could
right?
be.
Well,
Really
why does
easily.
it matter? FNAF 4.
Oh, thanks,
FNAF 4,
Nacho. I
a
appreciate
game
it, dude.
that ends with someone getting themselves bitten is not depicting
Oh,
the
right,
bite of
you guys did
87
say
like
that.
we
He was a
all
fucking theater
assumed
kid.
when
Yeah,
we
sounds
first saw
about
that
right.
scene, but instead is a game that is
Are you
set
still
in the
doing
year
song covers? I am, yeah.
1983.
Sorry. Let me just plug myself. I've done a song cover every month for so far in the year. If you guys want, here, could you, and Axel, could you put down the expensive karaoke song covers? Except for this month. This month, we have an original coming out that I worked on with some really great producers and friends of mine. But I have to actually speak with them and show them the art. And I'm really excited about it because it's my first time writing harmony. No, my second time. But my first one was like some random Christmas song that I did just for fun like a million years ago. Yeah.
Frustrated everyone.
So there
I
you
mean,
go. Please check it
Why
out.
would you choose to do
Thanks.
that, Scott? It made no
He voiced
sense
in a
for the
death
story
battle?
that
What's
we'd
a
become
death
familiar
battle?
with by that point in the series. It made no sense.
I remember when you had
until
that
today.
single from like
We
last
know
year.
that the gravestone is real.
Which
we
one?
know
The-
that Henry
the
truly
Christmas
has
one?
a daughter who dies and goes on to become the puppet in the games. So what if that death took place in 1983 like we see in the book? Opens up a lot of possibilities. You see, the other thing that never quite gets explained is this empty girls' room that we're allowed to explore throughout FNAF 4's
I
mini.
see. Yeah, I don't
Clearly,
watch any
there's
of
a
those.
reason it's here, but we never get a clue as to why or who that room could belong to. This, in turn, led all us FNAF theorists to speculate wildly about the owner of this room. Anyone with 2 X chromosomes was up for debate. This pigtail girl, And that was it. Honestly, because she was literally the only girl that was introduced into the series.
Oh,
at this
Come
point.
Back to Me?
Later,
That's actually not my song. That's somebody else's song, but I made English lyrics for it. And yeah, I hope you liked it. It's one of my favorite ones to sing. I listened to it when I was younger. Thank you so much.
when Sister Location came out, we got ourselves a second girl. And everyone celebrated. It was Afton's daughter, Elizabeth, so that room had to be hers, right?
Do you sing in English and Vietnamese? No, I only sing in English.
Because it was the sister location. But
sometimes Japanese now. I only put out like 2 Japanese covers. My Japanese is not good, but I'm trying.
Proof here. What if that girl's room in FNAF 4 belonged to Charlie?
Okay.
Charlotte, Henry's daughter, who dies in 1983. I mean, the room is empty after all. And we're not seeing a whole heck of a lot of girls wandering around the playground area. And the year certainly matches the year of the disappearance and death.
I feel like, I mean, I know, right? This is just supposed to be like a thing. Like, oh yeah, it's a girl's room. This is girly stuff, blah, blah. But as much as Matt is saying it, I'm like, Matt, it's not that big. Stop pointing out the fact that there's only like so few girls and it has to belong to their room. Even though this is exactly how, like, this is the only thing he can do.
From the books, could that girl's room in FNAF 4 actually be Charlotte Emily's room? Could this whole house from FNAF 4 actually be the Henry Emily household? Consider this. In the second novel, The Twisted Ones, a climactic final battle happens in an underground animatronic facility. Sounds a bit like our sister location. When our heroes emerge to the surface,
this entire
they find
episode is about the books,
the ruins of a familiar house. Here's the quote. "Don't you see where we are?" Charlie whispered. "John, it's my dad's house." It's
right.
the
This actually is.
house.
I remember this part in the book. Not that I was
William Afton's house.
reading it, but
Instead,
when he mentioned it the first
books,
time.
It's hidden under Henry's house. And now, what do we see in the games? A hidden facility buried directly under the FNAF 4 house. A house that we've been assuming up until this point to be Afton's house. But it's starting to look more and more like it might be Henry's. And that's not all. Let's take a minute to flash back to FNAF 6, shall we? Now, overall, I feel like we've done a pretty darn good job of wrapping up this game's loose ends. We know all the names on the different gravestones. We know what Candy Cadet is rambling on about. We know that Fruity Maze Girl here is Susie, who gets lured away and stuffed into Chica. Heck, we even know that the game itself, this building, could be the potential box where the pieces all come together and eventually get burned away. But the one thing that we don't know is the answer to Midnight Motorist, a minigame that, true to form, was the one moment in every FNAF game where everyone collectively looks at the screen and then slams their head on the desk.
Yeah, only fucking theorists, bro. Because you guys need to give meaning to everything. Holy shit. Actually, now that I think about it, my theorists out there inside the chat, like, do you guys ever sit down and like spend too much time thinking about the meaning to life? Or, you know what I mean? Oh yeah? Okay, see, that could not be me, bro. Honestly. I'm like, shit, you guys are probably going through some existential crisis shit all the time. I mean, my existential crisis starts and ends with nihilism, and that's it. Even positive nihilism, but at least I have an answer.
What? There's an orange guy now? Who the heck is the kid? Where did he go? Why is his window broken? Why are there footprints outside of the window? What is going on? I mean, we have smoothed over so much of this franchise, and I feel so confident about so much
you
of this
get stuck
lore,
in practical
and
things?
That
Why would
game, that
what do you mean?
One
What does that
little
mean?
Mini game is the one that just like
Luke, here's
niggles the back of my
crises.
mind. If I
Thank
could
you,
ask Scott
Nacho. That's
Cawthon
kind
one
of you.
thing about this entire franchise, this is the one that I'd want him to explain. No joke. I don't care about anything else. This is the one that I feel so befuddled on.
Scotty C at My Nightmares.
Why I'm so determined to solve it, and why I'm doing today's theory. Because in the past, I've felt fairly confident saying that the mustard man here is William Afton, because he drives a purple car and he's driving away from the scene where the puppet girl died. But now, I'm not so sure. It always bothered me. And literally,
But then he comes home and he's like, oh, it's okay, leave the kid alone. He's had a rough day. I don't know. Never mind. This doesn't matter in another 3 episodes.
literally everyone else, that a guy who has been associated with one color, the color purple, for the entirety of this franchise is suddenly orange. I tried to dismiss it as Scott pulling a Scott, but you know, that's not the most satisfying answer. It doesn't feel conclusive, you know? And more importantly, those footprints outside of the window. I mean, why are they there? Either an animatronic went to meet this boy outside of his window, but that seems unlikely based on how we know these animatronics behave, or it was someone in a costume showing up to lure the boy out of his room. That one definitely seems like the more likely solution, but the only person in the entirety of this franchise who would do something like that is big ol' Willie A. And why would he do
Wolf is
something
now
like
boarding.
that to
Welcome
his
to Label
own
Air. Hope you
kid
have a safe
in
and
his
enjoyable
own
flight.
house and then get mad about it? Things just don't add up cleanly. It's a question that really...
I feel like nothing is supposed to add up cleanly, though. Like, at this point, it's not supposed to add up cleanly because everything has been retconned, like, twice. At least at this point, right? Maybe 3 times already.
started to bother me when I was playing FNAF VR Help Wanted. Glitch Trap is clearly modeled after the first suit ever used by William Afton. You can tell based on his stitching. This is a hand-sewn bodysuit rather than any sort of animatronic suit that we would see later in the series. This also coincides with the timing of the Midnight Motorist cutscene, which shows the birth of the puppet, one of the first major deaths of the entire FNAF story. Glitch Trap's suit also very distinctly has 3 toes, just like the footprints outside
Yeah,
of the
also
boy's
the
window.
airplane
Now,
microphone's
as we
hilarious.
know,
Thank
Scott Coffin
you,
likes to
Wolf.
clarify things
Best
in
of
his
luck,
next
best
game.
of luck. And also,
If there was
Axel, thank you
one
so much.
huge
I
question
appreciate
mark
it. I
left
can
from
see it.
before, that Midnight Motorist minigame was it. So we have ourselves a suit that would have been in use around the time of the minigame, as well as a matching foot pattern to the design that we see in the minigame. Heck, we even have ourselves a potential reference to it from Ultimate Custom Night and the Toy Chica cutscenes.
He'll be mine by the end of the day. I just know it. I told him to come over later. That should be enough. And if he doesn't show up, I'll just go to his house. And if he doesn't open the door, I'll just find a window.
And here's where everything starts coming together. Let's assume that
okay.
William Afton, in
I
his
see
glitch
that.
trap suit with its 3 toes, is the one who's standing outside of that window, outside of Henry's house. He lures the crying child out, now Henry's son, to bring him back to the place that he loves more than anywhere else in the world, Fredbear's Family Diner. But we know that this is also the night where William takes his first victim, Charlotte, who's killed outside of the diner. This would explain why in FNAF 6, the crying child would actively run to Fredbear's against his father's will, but later, come FNAF 4, he would be terrified of stepping foot there. Remember what you saw and all that, as psychic friend Fredbear reminds him constantly.
He's there,
The
he's
murder
everywhere.
happened that
So I
night.
gotta call
That
psychic
is
friend
what we're
Fredbear.
seeing in that FNAF 6 minigame. Meanwhile, we have ourselves the Mustard Man, who we're assuming is gonna be Henry. He has a kid who has not only run away on multiple occasions, but is so determined to do so that he's willing to break through his own window to get there. So how do you keep him safe at home? Well, you lock him in his room, just like we see happen in FNAF 4. But maybe locking him in his room isn't enough. Maybe you also have a series of security cameras hidden around the room. Heck, hidden around your house.
Okay, but don't forget, well, you're casually forgetting the hospital stuff, right?
Hiding a security camera
this is
inside
just
the Fredbear
inside the
plushie
house
that
in
he
his
takes
room.
everywhere. To keep your son safe, to keep track of where he is at any given point in time.
Wait.
Heck, maybe you could go so far as to design sound illusion discs to make him scared of the animatronics that he's seeing. His once beloved animatronic friends now terrifying to him, causing nightmarish hallucinations of the characters. Just like the discs that we see hidden inside of Funtime Freddy's chest and sister location. The same discs that Henry is confirmed to have created in the books. These 2, right here, they play a huge role in these 2 books. The books. These 2, right here, they play a
What
huge
the fuck?
role
I didn't
in
even
these 2
notice the
books.
little eye over
Though
here.
most of them in the books bear Afton's name, they were originally created by Henry in an attempt to warp the world around him, to hide from the grief that he felt.
Is that
after
what
the
it
loss of
actually
his
says?
child. Discs that, wouldn't you know it, Afton hides inside the Funtime robots.
I thought Afton always created these.
just like we see in the games. But as we see in FNAF 4, it isn't enough. The crying child still winds up at Freddy's, he still gets himself bitten, and he dies. With that iconic line in yellow, "I will put you back together."
Yeah, so low-key, he's kind of just casually forgetting the quote-unquote hospital stuff that's just there, unless that's supposed to be part of the illusion disc, right? But then I bet in the next episode, he's going to be like, well, that was wrong because we totally didn't notice. You have to remember the fucking flowers and IV shit.
Now, remember that quote I keep going back to in this book right here, second to last page? Thoughtful fans might want to revisit sections of how Henry and Afton's view of the robots change over time in order to determine how they impact the story of the games. Well, Henry in the books uses the robots to bring his daughter back to life. He rebuilds her. He puts her quite literally back together. He used the robots to try
Nacho,
and
thank you
heal
so
his
much
grief.
for the biddies. I appreciate it.
Anyone
Thank you,
in this series is gonna say a line like, "I will put you back together," it's Henry. Heck, maybe Mustard Man is the color that he is in
Would
order
you like
to
to
better match the
subtract
color
from the
of his
timer?
FNAF 4 text.
Or
I will
add?
put you back together in yellow. And yeah, sure,
Would you like to
it's yellow and not
subtract from the
orange, but guess what?
timer?
Purple guy was pink
Or
in his
add?
first outing. As the series has gotten darker, so too has the color palette. But seriously, there are two colors that are relatively similar. Maybe there's a connection there. And if the crying
Okay.
child
Alrighty, buddy,
is
sure.
indeed Michael, as I've talked about a lot in past theories, Henry
lot.
literally rebuilding his lost son like he does his lost daughter in the books explains all of the weirdness of Mike's behavior throughout the series. How he's able to survive
Thank
being
you,
scooped,
Nacho.
how he
I
has
appreciate
fragmented memories
it.
of his past,
Thank you, thank
how
you.
he doesn't die after puking up mom's robot spaghetti, how he's only able to die by fire.
I should be dead, but I'm not.
It's also worth noting that at no point in the series is Michael ever explicitly identified as Michael Afton. Now, it seems like Mike in Sister Location is referring to William Afton as father,
Father, it's me, Michael.
and him saying,
I'm going to come find you.
as Springtrap appears, definitely makes it seem like he's going out and looking for William, but that may just be another Scott misdirect. It's open to interpretation. I mean, this scene alone still has people convinced that Springtrap is Mike trapped inside of the suit. Mike Trap, even though I feel like it's pretty well established at this point that it's William Afton in there. It's still.
Oh God, I'm just trying to sit here and like think through the fact that all of these are gonna like. I'm just disassociating because at this point, I feel like up until maybe like episode 50, most of these are gonna be disproven. You know what I mean?
Will Trap, but there are people who are vehemently determined that Mike Trap is the reality of the canon of this series. Regardless of the whole Michael stuff, William Afton in these books is all about achieving immortality through the robots. He's interested in the science of it all. He wants to study the original FNAF gang and replicate the living metal that resulted from their deaths. That's why we see him tearing apart the robots in FNAF 3's minigames. He wants
I'm not
access to their
singing.
metal.
He says, but fuck. I think he says vehemently. That's what he says, vehemently. But I always thought it was vehemently. So I'm like, what is the pronunciation?
He wants to harvest it to run experiments. He wants to melt down those living endoskeletons so he can harness the possessed metal to create the Funtime animatronics. I mean, that is the whole point of Candy Cadet's stories in FNAF 6. 5 things
I'm
melted
pronouncing it
down
correctly.
to create
Nice.
one thing. And it's
Vehemently.
exactly what we see happen as a huge plot point in the final book. Henry, on the other hand, is the emotional one. He's a creator who gets too invested in his own work. He's a bit of a neglectful father while he's alive, but he's devastated when he loses his...
Literally complete opposite of everything. He suddenly like, he spent all of this to lead up through the Aftons, and now he's like, nope, it's the Emilys.
His daughter, turning to the one and only thing that he knows and understands to try and bring her back. Robots. He goes to extreme
No, I
lengths
figure
to
this
use his
doesn't
robotic
last.
skills to
I'm
try and bring
because
her back to
everything
life,
is
and
just
he
turned
does
on.
it. He's
This almost sounds like that last episode where he's going through the VR one and like the girl that we like followed throughout the tapes, okay? She's like, "Oh yeah, don't put the tapes together." And then the next episode she's like, "You know what?" Or the next tape she's like, "You know what? Put the tapes together. Yeah, let's do that." And it's supposed to not sound sus or whatever, but obviously sounds fucking sus.
Seeds. He creates the most absurdly lifelike humanoid animatronics ever in science fiction. And they have to be to do some of the stuff that you see happen in these books because it is absurd. But
They fucking? She fucking, bro? Is this book rated R? Is she fucking?
he creates the most absurdly lifelike humanoid animatronics ever in science fiction. And they have to be to do some of the stuff that you see happen in these books because it is absurd. But
She fucking, bro. Hey, good for you. Good for you, my girl. I don't mind. I ain't going against robots or anything. Good for you. Fist bump.
if we are truly meant to apply the themes of these books to the games, then this isn't the Afton family household. It doesn't make sense. It's the Emily family household.
Scott literally was just like, you know what? Pay a little bit more attention to the book. And Matt decided, holy shit, the book is official lore. Done.
Explain the factory under the house. It would explain the empty girl's bedroom. And
I mean, at that point, Charlie's already an adult. Like, what he's trying to say is Charlie baby version is an adult version of the Charlie robot kid. So
FNAF 4, it would explain the 1983 date that we're presented with. It would say why Mustard Man is yellow, why there are footprints outside the window, why the crying child is suddenly scared of Freddy's, and it would even go so far as to explain the line, "I will put you back together." I mean, are there holes to this thing? Absolutely. Are there things that are difficult to explain? Are you kidding me? This is FNAF. Gonna be true no matter this is William's house, Henry's house, or the frickin' White House. It's an extreme theory, but I think it's one that's worth considering because of its alignment with the books and because of the lingering threads that it answers.
it answers some and like casually disproves others. So it doesn't really help at all, right?
Today, I encourage you to discuss down below in the comments, discuss over on Reddit, and most importantly to remember that it's all just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks
Oh
for
my god! Remember when I said that these theorists probably ruin lives and like ruin the magic out of things?
just a theory.
Look, I didn't even know their
game.
tag literally says ruining your childhood since 2011. Amazing. I'm not even a child anymore. I'm a fully functioning adult, and you're still sitting here. It's the same thing. Amazing.
Ready to have your mind blown by FNAF yet again?
Wait, let me get some more water. Hold on. Okay.
Let's do a little trick, shall we? I'm in the process of currently downloading and installing brand new copies of each and every one of the FNAF games, so you all know that we're working with a blank slate here. But the games that we're
He's now working with a blank fucking slate. Amazing.
specifically interested in are FNAF World and Ultimate Custom Night, the free ones. Huzzah for not having to buy these games for literally like the 4th time.
Why would you need to buy it for the 4th time? Can't you just reset it, like, genuinely?
Just open up both of these on the computer to show you that we are working with absolutely clean and fresh copies of both these games. Open up FNAF World. The first time that we open this, we should get that cutscene of the 2 yellow beady eyes telling us that something has happened out in the world. There it is. We're just gonna wait here a second while that dramatically plays. We hit start, and you can see here, literally nothing on screen, right? We have slots 1, 2, and 3, all empty, no trophy.
Wait, what do we do? What is this? Is this me, like, re-watching some... Why are we... What is the purpose of this? Matt, at least tell me why I'm getting fucked as I'm... You know what I mean? As you're fucking me, Jesus Christ.
Trophies along the bottom, and that's the important point here, right? Each time you beat the game, you get a different trophy along the bottom based on what ending you got. So
FNAF Monopoly pieces?
So notice 0 trophies, 0 endings, 0 gameplay. Okay, so we're gonna X out of that as well. Fantastic. Hopping on over to Ultimate Custom Night, there is no high scores unlocked. We have no power-ups that have been given to us. Our office is the default office. Nothing, right? No creepy cutscenes of Toy Chica in her skimpy school uniform. Nothing. We are clean to go. Nada.
I actually bet you still, though, that even though they're clean to go, like, Matt has bad habits. You know, it's like working at a restaurant. You're like, oh, no, you know, like, you just have bad habits of the last restaurant that you worked at.
Now, let me set the scene for you, right? If you think back to the release of Ultimate Custom Night, we were all really excited to see who would be included in this mega list of who's who in the FNAF universe. This big final game to celebrate the ending of the series, burning things to the ground at the end of FNAF 6. Some of the inclusions were obvious, right? Like the 70+ versions of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Springtrap, Golden Freddy, and the Puppet, right? They're in practically every game, they're super important to the lore of the games, no big surprises there. But then, when the roster kept expanding, you got to some weird inclusions, right? You got yourself Music Man over here. Why? El Chip, which is basically just a glorified reference to like one of his failed games before Five Nights at Freddy's. Strange, sapient pile of garbage over here. Like, not people that you would immediately think of as being included in the, like, must-have list of characters in this franchise. But of them all, there was one inclusion that felt the strangest of all to me. This one right here. Old Man Consequences from FNAF World. A character who, if you're not super familiar with that particular game, is your punishment for going too deep into the code of the game. You see, FNAF World is a video game that's aware that it's a game, right? And throughout the adventure,
Isn't that what VR is too? It's a game that's supposed to tell the story of building the same game.
Repeatedly have to dive into these glitches to unlock new parts of the world. But you're repeatedly warned against going more than 3 layers deep into those glitches, otherwise you're gonna be trapped there forever. And wouldn't you know it, that's exactly what happens if you don't heed the warnings. You wind up at Old Man Consequences Lake, trapped. What makes it so weird to see him here, though, in Ultimate Custom Night, is that FNAF World is a game that Scott has largely disowned. He's embarrassed of it, and it's a game that's ultimately been dismissed by the fan base as non-canon, in part because of those reasons, but also in part because it seems more closely tied to the book lore than it is to the game lore. And yet, here he is. Old Man Consequences in Ultimate Custom Night, alongside characters that...
Here's the deal, right? If you're gonna go through all of this and say, yeah, this is brand new, we're gonna go ahead and wipe a clean slate, you need to stop fucking thinking about what you originally had, even including in other book lore and shit. You know what I mean? Like, otherwise, why bother going with a clean fucking slate?
That are definitely canonical in a game that is also canonical, right? It has the canonical ending of William Afton suffering eternal torment at the hands of Golden Freddy. It's almost like Scott Cawthon is telling us that Old Man Consequences is implicitly canonical. He's canonical by association.
I don't fucking believe you guys. Like, all of you are saying let him cook specifically for this episode. And this is how I know. This is how I know this episode is about to be full of absolute dog shit. Because you guys are all saying let him cook only for this episode. All the other episodes, you guys were like, yeah, he has something wrong. Like, that's a mean fucking answer, bro.
So, why do I bring all this up? Well, there's an Easter egg in Custom Night that you've probably seen back when people were playing that game, right? You set Old Man Consequences to a difficulty level of 1, and you start your night. Gonna turn off the fan, and here we sit. There's no one here to attack us outside of Old Man Consequences, so hopefully he shows up. Oh, and here's Dee Dee, who has, by proxy of doing this, ruined our opportunity to unlock this Easter egg, so we're going to restart. Please Alt for this game. We're gonna try again. Reset the ventilation, thank you. Oh, there he is. Boom. Good. So now, here we go, right? We're falling, quote unquote, falling through the source code of the game. We wind up here. This is Old Man Consequences Lake, right? You may have seen this Easter egg during people's gameplays, but here we go. We go to Old Man Consequences over here, and he gives us his line, come and sit with me a while, leave the demon to his demons, rest your soul, there's nothing else. We concluded in one of our past theories about Ultimate Custom Night that this is Old Man Consequences talking to the vengeful spirit that exists inside Golden Freddy, trying to tell him, hey dude, chill out, move on with your afterlife. Just let William Afton suffer on his own. Because if you listen to the audio that's playing in the background
have you
of
not
the
seen
scene,
this?
you can definitely hear him suffering. Well, it's either his tormented screams or, you know, Scott Cawthon shouting through a fan. Now, most people seeing this Easter egg...
I mean, it could be both. It really could be.
Be like, well, now what do? There's nothing else. I guess I gotta restart the game. Alt F4. And already, this would be a really cool, really elaborate Easter egg. However, for those of us who have played through and know FNAF World better than we probably should, we know that there is one final thing that you can do in this scene, right? You can move on over to the top of the lake, and you can drown yourself. Now, in that game, when you did this, it would actually reveal a secret ending that is completely hidden from that game's texture files. It shows a person standing alongside two smaller figures in front of this flashing TV screen. It's a parent and their two kids, or at least that's as much as I can make of it, right? And sure enough, you can actually do the same thing here in Ultimate Custom Night, going into the lake and drowning yourself. Except here, it ultimately crashes the game. I'm going deep into the lake. Uh-oh, I'm trapped in the water. Oh no! It's like quicksand. It's not so much a lake as it is quicksand, but here we go. We're going down into the lake, deeper, 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 and it crashes the game, right? We're back to the home screen. No hidden ending or Easter egg there. But here's where things get crazy.
Okay, if somebody has to spend an extra, like a 6.5 minutes of saying something and then go, but here's where things get crazy, I promise, I already know you have absolutely nothing to give me at all. Like, you're fucking painting shit gold out here. Okay, buddy? It's... all right.
Instead of me booting up Ultimate Custom Night again, we're gonna hop back over to that brand new, fresh, clean copy of FNAF World that I showed you earlier. Here we go, FNAF World. We have not played this game whatsoever, and we hit start. Wouldn't you know it? Without playing a second of this game, look what suddenly appeared on our menu screen. A trophy that you unlock in FNAF World by visiting Old Man Consequences Lake.
Okay.
In other words, these two games, but more importantly, in the lore of this franchise, these two worlds are connected. Somehow. But what does all this mean? That, my friend.
Okay. I mean, listen, obviously... There's worlds that have been slightly connected and then specifically also unconnected so that you can fill the puzzle pieces. It's not a perfect connection, okay? This isn't some fucking, like, LAN party, all right, dude? We're still on Wi-Fi.
Friends, is our episode for today.
Wow, that was a 7.5-minute intro. That's how much he needed to pull some shit out of his ass here for this video. He needed to say everything during the intro so that we actually sat there and could possibly see that there's a willingness to do this. Honestly, out of all of these, this is like one of the ones where I'm like, shit, I feel like we should just skip this one. This has no basis for me at all. Zero. This means nothing to me. Really, zero. I mean, I know like all of this is whatever for me, but like this one specifically is just like, you can tell almost a whole third of this fucking thing. VR Easter egg. Okay, help wanted stuff. Original story. Scott. The real story. All right. Scott's website, Puppets in Space. This isn't even a real thing, dude. Puppets in Space that didn't come out, right?
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, the channel where it's always April, considering the number of Easter egg hunts we go on.
That's actually kind of
FNAF
funny.
World and Ultimate
That's
Custom Night was
adorable.
originally discovered by Reddit
Oh yeah,
user
you're right. It
Roxas
is real. I got
Lucario,
released
and
with
it
FNAF World,
ultimately
right?
hinges on an info file that collects variable information from across the various games. For instance, the first time you start up FNAF World, you're presented with an opening cutscene.
Something went very wrong. That's why I'm here. I will put you back together.
Great, awesome. Go to the info page after seeing that creepy opening cutscene, and suddenly the trigger first is activated, presumably telling the game that you've seen that scene once before, so for all subsequent playthroughs, you don't have to see it again. That's how these sorts of variables work. But what's weird, though, is that the trigger for this drowned ending and unlocking the trophy is titled Beat Game 4, which might just mean it's the fourth ending of FNAF World, fine, but why then would Scott use that exact same variable name in Ultimate Custom Night? It's not like there's multiple endings in that game, and it's not like Ultimate Custom Night is the fourth game in the franchise. Him using that exact same variable name suggests that the connection between the two was very much intentional, and that
Okay. All right.
That, my friends, is just scratching the surface.
Just let it go.
Because
Just let it
this
go.
small
Let it
but
go.
very, very important Easter egg starts laying the groundwork for where this series is ultimately headed moving forward. Where FNAF VR clearly left off, and where the new FNAF AR game, Special Delivery,
Sorry, you guys.
releasing this
I'm just stretching
October,
my
is
neck a
taking us
little.
next. Oh yeah, didn't you know? There's a new FNAF AR game, and it's right around the corner. There's a trailer for it and everything. Because my torment is year-round and unceasing. Looks like we're gonna end up playing hide and seek with a bunch of animatronics, but more on that one in a minute. FNAF World was a game that was largely enjoyed by
Wait,
us
did that
viewers.
actually come out? The AR game? Oh shit! Was it good? That one is actually really interesting. On mobile? Yeah, I assume most AR shit is on mobile, dude. Like, that's how you get the alternate part of it. You use your camera, and then you get the alternate reality from the fucking thing. It's shit, you said? All right, I'm a little interested.
Because, well, look at it.
You won't get tired of my voice, will you?
I'm not sure what that
But in all
What do you
seriousness,
mean? That
for all
looks
the
so
memes
fun!
all this franchise has, it's never been particularly meta. The lore, on the whole, was its own self-contained story within this fictional universe. The only times things got truly meta was in FNAF World, which sure helped us to predict the appearance of Baby and Henry into the mainline games, but it was also the game where Scott Cawthon literally appears as the final boss, complaining about how sick he was of pumping out new games for our insatiable appetite for animatronic death. Scott, you're our—
I believe this straight up, right? That Scott just put some random ass shit in there for fun. It's just a funny game. That's it. It was made for funs. Because if it wasn't made for funs, I'm pretty sure they would have kept it around a lot more.
Mama Bird, my friend. Puke that sweet, sweet lore down
Oh
into
my
my
God.
gullet. But you can see why most of us would take this as a joke, right? Scott isn't a character in the FNAF universe, so it has to be just another game for the lulz.
Yeah,
Except
and I
now
still think it
Scott
is, bro.
Is a character in the games. As
What?
of FNAF VR, it's revealed to us that Scott, since the beginning, has
What?
played a critical role in the lore of the FNAF universe.
We know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation over the
Oh,
last few
right.
decades. And while
Wait,
it's true
actually,
that
I
some
do remember
stories
this. Yeah,
associated with
yeah.
our name were loosely based on actual events, The majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
And if that wasn't
Lawsuits
explicit
pending.
enough, the
Still
secret
funny.
gates hidden throughout the game make it even clearer.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game
This is pretty
was to
meta,
undo the
dude.
bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer who supposedly made up a bunch of crazy stories that tarnished the brand.
Don't have to tell me twice, that rogue indie developer is obviously Scott. That's just where it begins, because FNAF World was trying to tell us something else about where this franchise was headed. Video games crossing into the real world and vice versa. You see, FNAF World is a lot of things. A lot of things. But its main plot revolves around the aftermath of FNAF 4. We're told when we first boot up the game that something has happened out there in the real world, and it's having an effect in here, the sanctuary, the world of this particular game. From there, the rest of the game features
Honestly, as much shit the FNAF world gets, I think from an outsider's perspective, who's not as interested in all the other FNAF games, it looks pretty fun. Honestly. Would you play FNAF World since it ain't a horror? No.
a main quest that's completely hidden.
Hey, like I said, we all have a price. It's there.
Entire game and never come across the actual real plot of this thing.
I can't make it easy for you guys, and you guys will actually fucking do it.
Accidentally lingering on the first dialogue boxes of the game, which in turn releases glitched 8-bit Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who we gonna call? Glitched 8-bit Fredbear.
Fuck!
This, in turn, unlocks separate missions to find clocks, and it's here that we find our first instance of video game to real-life crossover. You see, each clock is a minigame that connects back to FNAF 3, and all the individual steps necessary to unlock the Happiest Day cutscene. That game's good and canonical ending. If you think way back to that game, it always bothered me that punching random blocks on a wall or double-clicking a random poster in your real-life security office was somehow allowing us to put the spirits of the dead children to rest. But FNAF World gave us an explanation even though we ignored it back at the time. FNAF World, the game world, or more accurately, the spirits that are trapped existing in that game's code, were able to push out and affect changes IRL through those clock minigames. That's how you get these kind of video gamey moments in what is otherwise a realistic, albeit haunted setting. Now, why is any of this important? Why are we talking about it now so many years after these games were first released?
Because you needed another FNAF video to help you pay this month's rent. Speaking of, did you guys know that I have Christian reaction videos? Christian documentary reaction videos every Tuesday at 12 p.m. PT. Thank you very much. Not only that, but every other Friday, we have some other fun stuff. Beautifully edited highlights from Axel, also memes and stories from me. Yay! Check it out on my
Because
YouTube.
it's only starting to matter now. It's exactly what we saw happen at the end of FNAF VR Help Wanted. That game established sentient code that was looking to escape from its video game prison.
It was just junk. Circuit boards and things like that. Looked pretty old. Somehow, though, there was usable code on some of it. It seemed to take hold by itself.
This is some Jiffany, right? Jiffany shit out here.
Things started changing.
What I'm saying
Or
here is that
DDLC stuff. Yeah.
in the official lore of the series, official lore that is apparently dating back further
Yeah,
than
from
we
Gravity
would have
Falls.
expected,
If you guys
computer
couldn't
code
tell, I
is
fucking love
somehow
Gravity
able
Falls.
to store the minds or spirits or whatever of these characters and eventually rebirth them out into the real world if the right steps are taken. See also
Did you hear
Pet Scout.
DDLC?
And in
You
FNAF
did hear
VR,
DDLC.
We see an instance of this happening. William Afton, who was trapped in the circuit boards, was released into the code of this new
I still also don't know how William Afton got trapped in the circuit boards, right? Grew up in Gravity Falls. Great show. I love Gravity Falls.
game, Help Wanted, where he then took the form of Glitch Trap until finally, through us playing the game and collecting the tapes and putting the pieces back together, was able to escape again. But this time, he was able to escape not just from circuit boards, but out into the real world. All of it. All of this goes back to the story that FNAF World was trying to tell us years ago. The story that we all didn't take seriously because the final boss was literally an impervious rainbow.
Are you kidding?
So what?
What?
He hates it. He hates
I'm only
it
just
so
realizing
much.
it now, but Help Wanted is actually a cute and really brilliant name. I mean, we all thought it was Help in terms of like a want ad, right? Help as a video game tester, which is the core premise of the game, but it's also Help Wanted. Glitch Trap wanted, heck, he needed our help in order to escape, so well done, Scott, good name. Just like Pizzeria Simulator riffs on the idea of simulator games, but really it's an empty box waiting as a trap to catch the final animatronics and burn them alive, or how Sister Location is all about
It's so great because I played Pizzeria Simulator just for the fun of it, and I had no idea it was such a big area of lore. I was just like, oh, I can make my own little pizzeria. I wish I was able to see them actually walk through and like play with the shit I'm about to buy them.
a separate but related robotics business, but also about a key character's sister, maybe, question mark. Well done, Scott, well done. Slow clap. Now, you might be thinking, wow, malicious code, people trapped in video games? This sounds nothing like the original story that started off this whole franchise.
Because it doesn't?
And yeah, that's entirely the point.
He says that so proudly. He's like, yeah, duh, that totally makes sense, and not 6 fucking alarms of cop-out. Hello?
Old story of Five Nights at Freddy's was, at least in part, a complete lie.
They lied.
Not a fucking lie, dude. Just fucking accept that they've like moved on and decided to make it crazier. Like, what do you mean a lie? That's such a fucking cop-out.
To us. They told us
Exactly,
that the whole point
Bento.
of this VR
Seriously.
game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer. But that's not true at all.
Like, this is the most cop-out shit. Honestly, I need to pull this out again. Cop-out alert. Cop-out alert. Cop-out alert. Cop-out alert. Yeah, by the way, everything is a lie. Let me just go ahead and pull some more absolute fucking shit out of my fucking ass.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
Let me rephrase what we just heard. Scott is one of the bad guys, based on the lore.
Like, somehow magically, I would like to have the possibility of faking a leak saying that Freddy's fucking name isn't even Freddy. Like, I want to do that, right? And then have him just be like, by the way, it was all a lie.
Or in Help Wanted, he was hired on by Fazbear Entertainment to create the FNAF games, give us the spooky ghost stories that exist within them, and in turn distract us from the real truth.
That shit sounds awful. If this was supposed to be like the actual full story, which apparently it seems that way in the VR, it sounds awful. Like, yeah, let's just make light of the actual situations that happened with the kids by making a horror fucking game. Even in lore, even in-game lore.
Distract us away from what Fazbear's goals really were. He was lying to us. If FNAF VR's tapes are to be believed, pretty much everything we know from the first 3, at least, but maybe even 4, 5, heck, 6 games, could all be thrown out as complete fabrication.
Like, if I ever had the chance to have a copium tank, right? I don't ever, right? Because I don't play gacha games and shit. But if I ever did, it would have Matt's face on it. That's like Matt Pat branded for me. That said, just to put it out there, I love Matt. I respect them. These videos are great. These are all really interesting. This was like 3 years ago. What am I supposed to say?
Created by Scott Cawthon for the sole reason because he was paid off by Fazbear Entertainment. This thing, Glitch Trap, might not even be a recreation of someone named William Afton. Heck, William Afton might not even exist. Though, to be honest, he probably does since he's mentioned by name at the beginning of FNAF Sister Location. And
yeah, but this is like new lore, completely clean from FNAF World and FNAF VR. Right, Matt? Right, Matt? Right, Matt? Matt? Right, Matt? Right?
FNAF VR seems to replicate his original crimes pretty darn closely, so I'm gonna assume that some of that is actually true. The long story
How do I
short
flirt with this
here
cute
is that
goth girl at
FNAF
the gym next to
VR,
me?
in
Fuck,
making
I only know how to be
Scott part of the
parasocial to
Fazbear
VTubers.
cover-up, is the franchise's way of rebooting the story
Do
for the
the
next
same thing.
generation, telling us
Just
that with FNAF
talk.
VR, we're starting an entirely
Don't flirt,
new
just talk.
lore. In disowning Scott's story as lies, it's explicitly telling us that everything we've known up to this point is wrong. It's a distraction. Instead, the real story, the story that's going to be told to us via the next generation of Five Nights at Freddy's games, is carrying forward the core themes and ideas that were first introduced to us back in FNAF World.
Oh my god. All right, so now he's really trying to tell me. Right now, he's really trying to tell me that FNAF World is going to be core. Like, fuck every other game. FNAF World is core. Oh shit. Give me 1 second, you guys. Sorry. Hello. I'm sorry. I had to go answer a phone call real quick. But hello, Gambit. Hello. Thank you so much for taking your folks on tour. Thank you. How was your stream? Did the shoutouts not say? Oh, Fortnite? Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Hello, tourists. My name is Lily Bell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. I'm sorry. Literally, like, you guys came in right during a phone call, and I'm, like, trying to pick up all the pieces in my brain right now. It was a fun stream. Awesome. Good to know. Yeah, that's... Hello? Good to know. I'm glad that you had a good time with Fortnite. I learned today that Fortnite has somewhat of, like, an interesting lore. And I was like, I didn't even know that Fortnite had lore. Like, how are you supposed to explain Dragon Ball Z in the same lore as fucking Travis Scott? Interesting. You know what I mean? Unless the lore literally is like, okay, I take everything from fucking pop culture. I just have to assume that. Yeah. But right now, hello. My name is Lily Bell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. It is my Funathon Day 14, and we're continuing with the FNAF lore Day 2. Okay. We are currently we're currently watching some Matt Pat videos. All the Funathon rules are in the bottom middle. All the minutes are subtracted or added, right? As you can see, my timer is pretty large there, so subtraction is pretty helpful. All the bits and donations are double on the dollar, and every 120 minutes is a spin on the wheel, right? We have a gacha wheel that has a bunch of like prizes on there. So there you go. The Rock is a big part of the lore too. Yeah, absolutely not. I don't even really know The Rock, which is basically just a retcon. Any single time I find out somebody retcon their lore, maybe even like just the one time, that's a cop out for me. You fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up. Anyways, we are currently at FNAF just got a reboot right after the release of FNAF 7, and MatPat is trying to explain away why FNAF World is supposedly going to be the new core of the lore, which is absolute bullshit. I know I don't play FNAF, right? This is my first time going through the whole lore thing, but even I know that sounds like bullshit. Yeah. Anyways, what else am I saying? Yeah, okay, yeah, I hope you guys enjoy your time. In just a little bit, I'm having dinner, which is going to be spicy noodle ASMR, right? That's just it. It's gonna be ASMR of me eating spicy noodles and keyboard noises while I try to do a bit of work. I was gonna watch FNAF while eating the spicy noodles, but honestly, I'm so behind on reaching out to people and getting some work done that it's gonna be just that. Dead silence with that. Yeah, please do not die. I'm not planning on it, dude. Thank you for Fix Your Shrimp. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not planning on it, but let's get back into it. I hope, please hang out, take a rest, don't stare at a computer screen, go get some food, do all the fun stuff you need to do, okay? Thank you so much.
Story of video games, code, all coming to life and crossing over into the real world. And funny enough, if we look back to FNAF World, it was trying to tell us the truth about this theme the entire time. As 8-Bit Glitch Bear tells us in that game, don't be deceived by the one pulling the strings. It's why Scott is technically the final boss of the game, but the true ending, the clock ending that unlocks the key Easter eggs from FNAF 3, it has nothing to do with him at all. It's entirely disconnected from why Scott is there. Again, the indie developer known as Scott Cawthon within the FNAF lore is trying to distract us away from the truth of what we should be doing in these games. And if you think I'm reading too much into this, think again. Scott is—
If you think I'm reading too much into this, think again. My man, every single one of your theories is reading too much into it, firstly. Secondly, a good number of them being wrong, right? And every single time you're wrong, you're like, if you think I'm thinking too much into it, you're wrong. And I'm like, no, buddy. 3 episodes later, I'm like, no, buddy, you're wrong.
Trying to clue us back into the importance of FNAF World. As many of you know, Scott has his website, scottgames.com, where there's always some new teaser image and stuff hidden in the source code. And on there right now is a really cool teaser for the next FNAF game coming out in 2020. Clearly, by looking at it, it's a FNAF Stranger Things crossover, considering the 1980s era neon-themed mall straight out of season.
That actually looks, okay, that looks real, bro. That looks like it is supposed to be whatever the next one is. Benzo, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you. Want to take my breath, too? I've already taken your breath away. Chill. Yeah, this looks like it is security breach. Okay,
that
sick.
show. But what's a little less well known, though, is Scott's second site, FNAFworld.com, which has been dormant for a really long time. Dormant, at least until a month ago. You see, it was updated to have a big old number 50.
August 8th, 2019 is still a good, 10 months before I ever started streaming.
58 smack dab in the middle of it. And when you brighten things up, because you always brighten things up when you're given something by Scott Cawthon, you see a bunch of funny reviews appear for whatever this new game is going to end up being. Now, the number 58 might seem like it's completely random, right? A weird, mysterious number, but it's actually not. It all goes back to, you guessed it, FNAF World. In that game, there's a playable demo for the latest unreleased FNAF game, Freddy in Space. That game's number, installment number 57. Meaning that Scott's next project, or at least one of his next projects coming out in a few months, is gonna be another wacky minigame with lore connections.
Are you telling me we're actually getting to a point where it's updated?
Freddy in Space is to be believed, as you play through it in FNAF World, the next installment is gonna be titled Poopits in Space, which sounds completely dumb, but you saw saw those hidden reviews. They were not super positive about whatever FNAF 58 is shaping up to be. And heck, you don't even have to take it from me. It is coming straight from Scott's own disembodied head floating in a jar from that game. Like I said, FNAF World is weird. And we are still not done. The idea of games and code, digital horrors crossing over into the real world is becoming more explicit in his other new game that he's working on. The one that we know is releasing this October. FNAF Special Delivery.
Scott looks like I would run into him at like what was previously the previously gone Circuit City. Like I feel like Scott would be, you know, like I would just see him and just be like, "Oh, it's Scott. I think I saw him last week. Same place, Circuit City." I feel like he would just hang out at Circuit City all the time.
An augmented reality title that, based on the trailer and the title, will have animatronics being dropped off into your house. Sure, the idea of using your phone to see the animatronics roaming around your home might just seem like a fun, quirky new way to play these sorts of games, but from a lore standpoint, you wouldn't be surprised if what this is actually doing is forwarding the core themes of the new direction for the story of these games. Deadly characters starting off as harmless pieces of code and then escaping out into the real world through your device. It's happened with Glitch Trap, and by the nature of augmented reality, it's literally happening again in this game. Any way you slice it, the lines between reality and fiction are getting blurrier. And it's Scott and FNAF World, of all things, that are serving as the bridge linking those two worlds. It all started coming to a head with FNAF VR, but starting this October, don't be surprised if this franchise, as we know it, really starts to change. But hey, that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks for watching. Me put up the subscribe button so you can click it.
Okay, wow, that was genuinely painful. That was actually painful. I don't even know what to say with that. At all. I have nothing to say. I'm sorry. That was genuinely painful. Okay, well, everybody say thank you, Tom and Eggy, because Tom and Eggy brought over some dinner. Dude, bless Tom and Eggy for all these times where I literally am just like, I'm sorry, please, can you help me? Can you help me, dude, pick up some cup noodle? Some cup noodle, and just so I have our spicy noodles. It is spicy noodle ASMR time. The one other thing that I wanted to say, which I apologize, okay, is you guys are going to have to hear the AC running during this ASMR spicy noodle challenge. It's just the fan doesn't do it, and the AC is really strong sounding, okay? During this time, I was going to watch more FNAF, but genuinely, I think I'm going to suffer, and I'm pretty behind on reaching out to people. So, that's fine. No milk. Oh, Jesus, who would do that? Who would milk? No, I just have other food with it. So, what else am I saying? Yes, okay. Let me set this up real quick. Oh my god, okay, so one side is gonna have fucking AC noises, and the other side is gonna have cup noodle slurping, bro. Oh, it's okay, I'm back. Yeah, this wasn't supposed to be long. So, let me change this out to just straight ASMR, and then, oh shit, I forgot to tell Leighton. It is loud. Immersive? Yeah, it's pretty, here, I'll lower it a little bit, so it's not too bad. Alright, so at this time, I don't even know if you guys can still hear the keyboard noises, because I know AC is so loud, but let me change out my description. Okay, great. Spicy noodle, huffing and puffing. Okay, and then we're gonna change this out to ASMR. Yeah, once again, I'm sorry about the AC. I honestly can't help it. I live in the West Coast, and it's just starting to get warm enough. On top of the fact that there's spicy noodles, it just doesn't, I don't think it's gonna help out. I don't think it's gonna work out properly. Okay. We're gonna wait 5 to 10 minutes for Leighton to join us. Okay? Yeah. So while I do that, it's just gonna be... It's just gonna be, what is it? Keyboard noises, I think. Is it level 3 spice? The spiciest one? No, because I can't even handle level 2 spice, or whatever the X2 is. Let's see. Hold on. Uh-oh. Wait, not that one. Here we go. I got that sauce in my eyes one. Never again. What the fuck is sauce in your eyes? One. What's up? Oh, once. I see. While eating. I've had people tell me they want to see me play Omori. Sort of. Where's my... Oh, shit. But everybody was playing it during that time, so I didn't really want to do it. Hold on. Hi Panda. Hi guys. Hi John. Nice to see you, hun. I'm waiting a little bit to eat my spicy noodles, so it's just regular working keyboard ASMR right now. Panda Hawk is now boarding. Welcome to Label Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight. Thank you. Okay, I'm putting it all out there. I'm trying to do my Valo appointments. Okay. Later, what's it? Oh, bye. Bye. See you later, Panda. Thank you. Hope you enjoy those noodles. I need to eat myself, but I just got this is not for my enjoyment. Wait, I think you guys need to know that specifically. This is not for my enjoyment. Oh fuck. I still need hold on, let me get a hair tie real quick. Sorry, I need to make sure I got a hair tie. Yes, it is, Lily. You love spicy noodles? No, I hate spicy noodles. I'm not a spicy food eater at all. If you have allergies, it could open up the nostrils. You're not wrong. Technically, that could happen. I mean, it probably will, just not in the way I want it. Alright, I'm still waiting to see Layton's food real quick. That's why I haven't said anything. That is definitely not what I said. What are you talking about? That is definitely not what I fucking said, bro. If somebody donates $1,000, I'll play each of the FNAF games. I'll do that. That's something I already said. Big ask? Hey, you know what? I don't want to play the FNAF games. If you guys want me to play it, that's not on me. I'm trying to make this harder on you, so you guys don't make me fucking do it. You kidding me? Amazing avarice. That's so fucking funny. Good. I don't want you to spend that kind of money to do it, bro. You don't even have to be worried about it. Oh, yeah, thanks for dinner? Yeah, you're welcome, Avarice. It looks so good. I hope you enjoy it. That said, Avarice, don't forget to send me what you want for a voice line. Hello, welcome in, Romeo. Romeo10140 is now boarding. Welcome to Louisville Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight. Excuse me. I'm debating between. You can send it to me on Twitter. Do you have a Twitter? You can see my facial reactions to noodles. Oh no, that's terrifying. That. I didn't think about that. I did not think about that whatsoever. That's terrible. Hold on. She's changing our socials again. Prefer tagged tweet or DM it. Yeah, DM it. Sorry, y'all. Give me just a second. We're you know, gonna just hang in there for a little bit. Because I messed up and I didn't tell our other mod who's gonna be eating in solidarity with me. Wait, Leighton eating the... Yeah, Leighton is... But Leighton enjoys eating the spicy noodles. So, it's okay. It's not... It'll not be as hard for them. He's making his noodles. Yeah, he said he was making his noodles. Waiting. Yuri Lotto is now boarding. Welcome to Lilybell Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight. Warmed by the sun. Speak softly, love, so no one hears you but the sky. La 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 la. Yours. Hey Nightwolf, how's it going? We're doing some ASMR, but I haven't gotten started on the ASMR spicy noodle eating yet because I'm waiting for our mod who's supposed to be eating it in solidarity with me. They're making their noodles right now, but that's okay because I had some work to do anyways, and we're just gonna be hanging out and chilling and focus with the ASMR. Alright, I think I'm gonna start. Okay, I'm just gonna start with a couple of, because I have leftover McDonald's and I'm also eating my leftover McDonald's. So we're gonna start off with some fries, alright? That'll be chillin'. Oh man, you're normally only here for radio? Oh man, it's been a while. Well, welcome back. Oh, I love my radio. It is my fun up on day 14 though. And I apologize, again, I'm only speaking on one side because you guys are gonna have the AC on the other side. Holy shit, this crunch is crazy. Fuck. Oh my god, this is crazy. Alright. I think that's enough stalling on my part. Let's get started. Wait, I have to tweet this out. It's like my normal playlist, but I get channel points. I'm glad that you guys like radio. I actually can't tell if people like radio or not, so I like kind of worry. I'm like, oh man, should I leave radio on? But I'm glad to hear that other people like radio. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear from this side the noodles going. That's what good pussy sounds like. Did I put it out there yet? I answered somebody and then I think I forgot to put it out there. No, I did put it out there. Awesome. Okay, Leighton is available. Alright. Alrighty. Leighton, you go. Alright, we eat together. I'm taking my first bite. Let's go. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay. Alrighty. That's the first bite. No, this is my AC. I can't. It's too hot. So I don't have any milk. I do have other foods with me. I have leftover McDonald's. But I don't have any milk. It's just water. I'm not planning on touching my eyes. Oh god. Okay. Okay, alright. Fuck, okay. If you eat all of it at once, it's less painful. I know. Okay. That sounds about right, but... Oh my god, my throat is so warm, dude. Holy shit. At least I feel like the flavor is getting better. Like the overall flavor. It's also worse for your stomach. Is that what it is? What noodles are these? These are the bulldog noodles. I feel like the main, like, Bulldog 2X, yeah, that's the one I have also. Because this is the max I can do. I am not a spicy person whatsoever. Oh my god, my lips are dying, my lips are dying, my lips are dying. Okay, my lips are dying. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god. My lips feel like they're like, fuck, what is it called? My lips are just on fire. They can't be that hot, can they? Well, maybe not to you, Zeru. You're from the south. But I'm like, I just don't eat a lot of spicy food. My mom didn't make me eat a lot of spicy food growing up. So, oh shit. So I'm just not used to it. I'm just not, you know what I mean? But on the other hand, your bitch can finish a full durian herself, bro. You look like a squishy mochi? Is it, you like it? You love spicy food? Okay, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people here love spicy food. I just, oh my god. Oh my. You can't stand durian? Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't eat spicy food, but there's a lot of food that I can eat that I feel like other people can't eat. Like, some people I know can't eat durian. Oh, a good number of people. Most people I know can't eat durian. Even my own mom doesn't like durian. And then, what's that other one? The one with the duck. It's not bulldog. What is it? Balut? Balut? Like, damn. Balut fucking... There you go. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. How the fuck can you eat durian? Because I ate durian as a kid? Yeah. So it's like, you know, it's whatever you're trained to eat as a kid. Like, as a kid, my parents already introduced me to balut without me ever feeling like, whoa, that's weird. So I actually like balut. Like, sometimes I'll be like, man, I haven't had balut in so long. Let me just, you know? Or like, some people will never ever be able to, for their life, figure out how to eat crawfish, right? Or crayfish. I know that you guys are from the south and you guys call it crayfish. And you say train, like you were a dog. I mean, all family members are, like, all kids at some point are trained to be whatever their parents, like, do, right? It's like sometimes when, you see people, like, put their hand up and then suddenly you're trained to, like, wince, right? Crawdads. Yeah, I heard crawdads before, too. I've heard crayfish. I've heard crawdads. Oh, crayfish is a northern thing. See, I didn't know that. Well, here's something more every day. This is definitely crawdads in your area. I really like durian desserts. Oh man. Lagosteins? Is that how I pronounce it? Lagosteins? What's my take on jackfruit? I like jackfruit. I like jackfruit. All these fruits though, like you have to prepare them for me. I'm not a preparing kind of person. It's how I feel about like Korean barbecue or like Japanese barbecue, right? I love Korean barbecue and I love Japanese barbecue, but I hate having to do it all on my own. So rarely, I only go to barbecue places where they want you in and out very quickly, so they'll cook for you. I feel like a lot of Korean foods are spicy. Or a lot of Korean people like spicy food. You ever try Lee Hing Mui powder? Like on pineapple? No. I don't eat pineapple a lot. I don't really like... Yeah. I don't choose to eat pineapple. Just have it. Like, it just happens, you know? Or the local Hawaiian snacks. I don't know, honestly. Okay, I'm feeling it on my stomach now. It's like warm in my stomach. Apparently, yeah, I heard that too. And pineapple's the only fruit that takes a bite out of you when you take a bite out of it. Oh God. Okay. I need water. I do. I need water, but I know, like, when I drink water, it's gonna make it spicier. Oh God. Okay. Fuck. I feel like I keep eating and I keep thinking I'm making a dent, and then I look down and it doesn't seem like I'm making a dent. It just looks like the same amount as I had like originally. Milk helps? Yeah, I'm not allowed to drink milk as part of this challenge. Hi, Dolly. Hi. We're doing ASMR spicy noodle. Y'all hear this? Y'all hear this? Never mind. It stopped being like... That's what good pussy sounds like, you know? It stopped sounding like that. Yeah, Leighton's chilling. That's why Leighton's doing it with me. Leighton's like, you know what? Maybe I'll just eat dinner with you. you're gonna be playing the new season of U2 when it drops tomorrow. I'm super behind, but yeah, I will take a break in between FNAF days because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need another FNAF day. Howja. The noodles, they're spicy. That's how they are. Besides what? What is that tactical? May you join for tomorrow? Maybe. Oh, first-person shooters? I don't even really play first-person shooters. I think Destiny is the only first-person shooter I play. Oh my god. I've been playing more Genshin. Toontown. Well, I haven't been playing Toontown, but I'm very actually. I think my games of choice is generally more comfy. Like, I enjoy Stardew and Toontown, Animal Crossing. Holy fuck! Fuck! Valorant. I only started. Literally today was my first day of Valorant training arc. So I don't play Apex and I don't play COD. I'm is coping. Oh god. Really, please don't make this a wet stream. I promise you, there's nothing more dry than me right now. Except my mouth. Yeah, that shit is watering. Holy fuck. I was about to ask Pokemon, but you know nothing about the games and typings? Yeah. Oh yeah. God, I haven't even done Pokemon Yellow. I'm supposed to still finish that. Oh man. Dawn's like, wow, spicy noodle ASMR. I really hope she doesn't make wet stream noises in here. Woohoo. Fucking ridiculous. I know what you guys are here for, you fucks. I know. You're on your what, 5th, 6th badge now? I have no idea. I don't remember. When I like end stream, my brain goes dead. It like reboots. I don't remember anything. Oh man. Did you hear Destiny 2? Yeah, Destiny 2 is coming out with a new season tomorrow. We're gonna be right in time for the Little Mermaid. We're gonna be Little Mermaids. Yeah, I have to do trials. Shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Did I find my team for trials? No, I haven't found my team. I still need to plan it out. Oh my god, my nose. Okay, now my nose is watering. Oh god. No, I'm good. I'm sure there's plenty of people who's willing to like carry me in our Discord. I don't think. Yeah. Hi, Omri. Have I played any Final Fantasy games? No, but it's on the wheel. On the wheel is one of them is to download Final Fantasy 14, and on the big goal wheel is to actually play it. God, carry me? What do you mean? So when you're playing first-person shooter and you're playing competitively, like if you're not good at it, somebody else will quote unquote carry you, which just means that they're going to, you know, be better so that it's enough to help you win even with you not being good. Yeah. My mind went into the gutter from what? Carrying? Like Princess Carrie and like Bridal Carrie? Or like carrying and like I slide my vagina onto your dick? Is that the kind of thing you're talking about? Oh, carry me upstairs. Oh, so not as much of a gutter thing. Anyways, did I run into any E-daters on Vallo? No. Thanks. I have. I think earlier today. That's some crunchy ass McNuggets, possibly. Oh no, sorry. I have a bit of salad. Tom and Eggy's on this path to try and get me to eat some more vegetables because she mistakenly loves me. And I'm thankful. But also, like, cheese. Salad has water in it. She's drinking water. Yeah, and? Benzo, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You want to try that at hand or what? That's it. Alright. Her kitten, his litter box. Oh my god. Jesus. It was a -2. You thought I meant taking my virginity? So, tactical virgin confirmed. I'm keeping a list, by the way. When are we eating? Oh yeah, that is something that happened earlier today. Pretty sure, like, somebody killed me, and they were like, that's my wife. I was like, awesome. One day, somebody will have a wife that's not me, because I would make a terrible wife. And before Schrodinger versus you and Vallo, we'll do it. Schrodinger and I are mutuals, but I'm still convinced he has no idea who the fuck I am. Like, I'm not real. My favorite part is luckily being mutuals with these really cool creators, and then just never having to actually. I look at it, I'm like, cool, we're mutuals, and then that's it, done. End of conversation. Lee, you don't gotta be the wife. I can take care of that. Avarice, I want you to know I'm suddenly like 5% wetter right now when you said that. That's amazing. Take fucking notes, guys. That's so good. That's so good. Oh man, that's so good. That's great. I love that. I'm putting you on a new list, Avarice. You're gonna be first on that list. Male wives. Male wives. Yeah. Male wives list. Oh my god. Okay, now it actually looks like I'm making a dent in these noodles. Thank god. Oh god. Okay. Fuck. We're back, yeah. We're back in ASMR, Will. And I'm, eating spicy noodles. I'm pretty suspicious at this point, though. Because you've been here for both times ASMR. Like, how bad could your luck really be? Thank you, Mento. I appreciate it. Lily, his feet. Almir slippers. That's so bad. That's genuinely so bad. Excuse me. You got this? Dude, you know what sucks? I think the more you end up doing these fucking spicy challenges, the better it gets. I'm not full crying right now, which is like, no, I don't want to fuck up my taste buds like this, dude. Please, God, no, at least make a cute one. What, you don't want to be my slippies? You don't want to... It's getting our litter box. No, fuck no, fuck no. No, God, no. Y'all about to get this fucking, like, Twitch ban, bro. It got worse. You don't want my feet inside you? Damn. Sag. Leighton, did you get more spiciness? I have a feeling you got more spiciness. Because earlier you said not enough spice. You've been here for around 5 minutes, and I have several questions, but I'm 90% sure I don't want any of these questions answered. Okay, Ian, how about we play a game, right? The game is, you drop what the questions are, and I don't answer. So you don't need to figure out what they are. Like, you don't have the answers. Oh. Have I heard Tenacious D's new song? I haven't heard it, but I know they have a new song about gaming. I haven't heard it because I've just been so busy at the fucking Fun-a-thon. Every single time I drink water, I feel like gasping some more, like... Because straight up, it's like... I feel like I'm drowning in spiciness. Drink milk. I can't drink milk. As part of the challenge, I'm not drinking milk. I'm sorry, Leighton. The salad isn't even a full salad. It's just mixed greens. Like, there's no dairy. There's not like ranch or something. It's not a dressing. Oh my god. Thank you, Leighton. I appreciate it. Everybody, remember, Leighton's also streaming. Leighton's streaming Tears of the Kingdom, right? I'm just gonna assume it's Tears of the Kingdom. Is it? Or is it Omega Strikers? I'm so sorry. Shh, don't tell him. I already did. Can't do anything to stop me now. Fuck. Oh my god. He's watching my stream. Man, good times. Good times, Leighton. I know water doesn't help. I promise, I know, okay? It's just, my throat is dry, and I need, you know what I mean?
My stomach hurts. My tummy owie. Fuck, okay. Fuck. Randy. Randy. Hi, hon. Hi, Randy. How are you? Whisper sweet nothings in your ear. Wow. Only Randy truly, huh? No, no. Don't do that, Don't do that. But also, hi, hun. How are you? I miss you. I love you. I hope you're doing well. No, don't. Randy, I'm specifically telling you to stay in bed. I'm gonna have to see you later, so I do not want you to end up getting caught playing Trials with fucking I'm. Yeah, how are you? I hope you're doing okay, honey. I love you. Okay, you guys. Okay. I've seen it. I've seen the end, the light at the end of the tunnel. Holy shit, I can't speak. My mouth is on fire. Oh god. Okay. You seen tit? I have seen tit. I have seen the tit. I have seen many a tit. The tit good. Shout out to tit sceners here. Okay, you guys. This is it. The last bite. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. Am I the only one who wants a safer work, Lily? Well, joke's on you. We also have a safer work version of the Docky. Exclamation point, Docky. Shit. No, there's not a round 2 of the noodles. It's just that. You miss I'm? Do you miss me? Oh god. Oh god. Dude. I'm blowing my nose and everything. Yes, my nose is running. Okay. Oh god. I'm not gonna... Thank you for lurking, Achi. Thank you. That's funny, Will. That's a good one. Oh my god. Oh. Ow me. Ow me. Who here knows the Forbidden Wet Stream story? And by that, it was on like somebody else's channel. The Forbidden one. Nope, the other one. Not car related. Laundry related. Don't put it here. If you know the Forbidden one, you know. Okay. It's okay. It wasn't even on my wet stream. It was on Domo's channel, actually. We did like a guest wet stream on Domo's channel. And I told a forbidden story. Exclusively for Domo's channel. I was just thinking how if that were to happen right after me eating spicy noodles, it'd probably just ruin some guy's life, dude. I'm sorry, I'm so exhausted just from eating that spicy noodle that my brain just died. And all I can do is like, that's it. That's all. I feel like it's funny that you say that, Almi, considering I've definitely said a lot more than blowing you during our collabs. Okay. You know when you finish running? I know that none of you guys run, because I don't run. But you know when you finish running and you're like, okay, I'm gonna take a break, I'm gonna get some water in me now, and then you like you know that? Kyra Weeps Pearls now boarding. Welcome to Louisville Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight. You know that shit? That's how I feel. Wow. Good night, Gambit. Rest well, sweetie. Thank you. Everybody gets mad that I said, really? Out of all the things I've said, you're mad that I said you can't run? Nobody here runs? That's kind of cute. Actually, I believe you run, Randy. I believe you run, because I know it's mandated for you. I swim more than I run, too. I'm a fair swimmer. You drink a whole bunch of water after. You gotta drink slow. But, like, your body is just screaming for water, you know? It's true, oh, wait. I was just say It's true, Randy. You have a nice badonkadonk. You got a great ass. Like, your ass is beautiful, bro. I'm so happy you know your ass is beautiful. I just thought of something, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get in trouble if I say it out loud, so. You can see it, like, in my face, though. You can see, like, my eyes go, like... Is it? I didn't know that was a thing. I've been getting back into running. That's nice. Are you a big runner? Yeah, you can see the gears turn, especially with this model. This model makes really, for real. I just like... You know that when SpongeBob and Patrick are like, we shouldn't look at the map, and then their entire, like, all their eyes, like, drop onto the map and, like, search around it? Me when I'm fucking thinking. You used to do cross country? Oh, that explains a lot, Alming. That explains a lot. Damn, you think? Shit, girl, I didn't know that. Didn't know what? That explains a lot. How many lies can I spread about somebody before they... How many lies can I spread about Almy before he, like, freaks out and says, no, you gotta say some... You gotta shut that shit up. Doesn't that fuck up your health even more, Almy? Pull it together, man. Those are lies? No, but how many lies can I say? Just wondering. Like, luckily, I've said a lot of things about Randy. And Randy's just like, yeah, dude, chill. Except for Randy's ass. He really does have a great ass. He can twerk on a wall, dude. I can't twerk on a wall, right? Oh my god. Okay. Honestly, doing ASMR kind of makes me miss doing not safe for work voice clips. Oh well. We did it, you guys. We ate the spicy noodle. We finished it all. I need to stand for the rest of today because... Excuse me, shit, don't come back up. I need to stand for the rest of the day because I ate way too much, I think. An anime workout thing where I bike or lift weights for a whole anime episode at a time. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen somebody mention that. I thought you were gonna say anime workout, like you were doing like that. What is it? The One Punch Man workout. I did want the One Punch Man workout for a little bit. Shit was fire, dude. I was having a good time. I'm sorry. I need to like sit here for a little longer, just chilling. Yeah. I actually did, I think, the One Punch Man workout for like 2 weeks. And then I got hit by a car. Yeah. So, I didn't really do it that much. Another thing in common that we got hit by cars. Wow. That's meant to be, obviously. My car didn't stand a chance. Wait, for the One Punch Man workout, it has to be like for 100 days too, right? How were your noodles? Honestly, Layton, like, this is my 3rd time having them, and they were better. And that sucks. I do not want it to be better than the previous times. Thank you for asking, though, Layton. But, like, my taste bud, I, like, don't want my taste buds to be that fried, you know? Time to become a spice. No, fam. No, I do not want to be a spice master. Listen, I can... No, okay? My body is trained for alcohol and Taco Bell. I do not need to train it for more of this. Alright, guys? Wait, what? Yeah, Almy. If I'm forced to do it, I despise it and can't maintain it. Doing it my way, I maintain it. Oh, yeah. I feel that. I genuinely feel that shit. It's like the things that, like, I was saying. The more that my mom was telling me to go to the fucking gym, the more I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna go to the fucking gym. I will do some other unhealthy shit that's not good for you and you should never do. But more than going to the gym, right? Just because, you know, not... especially with parents and some, like, comments they've said growing up, or when you're growing up, you just don't want to be, like, a part of that. Samuel Nix is now boarding. Welcome to Lambeau Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight. What about spicy alcohol? What is spicy alcohol? Randy, what is that? Got some more soju today. I told myself, okay, because I drank a lot this past weekend, I told myself I wasn't going to drink anymore, but man, excuse me. That must have sounded so much worse being in the ASMR mic. I kind of want a White Claw. It was pretty gross. Nice. Good to know. Thank you. Cinnamon challenge on the wheel? I'm not trying to fucking die here, okay? Listen, I'm pretty sure, like, somebody said they got actually sick from the cinnamon challenge, right? Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard there was a fucking health risk. It's okay. I wasn't planning on it. Like, this is the max I'll do because I know that people can eat this shit, right? But, holy fuck, I'm sorry. I know that we can get back to FNAF right now, but, like, my brain is just, shit is fried, bro. Shit is fried. I used to drink, like, a spoon, like maybe a teaspoonful of, like, apple cider vinegar in the mornings. Because my mom was convinced that that was going to help me burn fat. Asian moms, you know. That's, nope. Teaspoon small, tablespoons big. Honestly, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, them almond moms. Hey, eating really spicy food doesn't technically do anything to your brain, right? Like, it can't make you dizzy or anything, technically, right? Right? Okay, so maybe me getting dizzy is from other things. Phytologically? What the fuck does that mean? Dizzy is possible, but fine. Okay. I love this logic right now. I should not be worried when dizzy. Great. I'm going to... No, I was gonna say I'm gonna be right back so I can take my stuff out, like my trash and my plate out, but I can't stand up right now. I'm getting dizzy. I'm just thinking. Yep, we're yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, maybe it was just high sodium at once. I had leftover McDonald's too, so it makes sense. Get Dominique to do it? Damn, what the fuck? What's wrong? Can't you already see how much help Tom and Eggy is giving me? The fuck? Hey, chill. The spice is gone. The spice is chill now. My brain is just tired or something. McD's and instant noodles. Yeah, my brain fried, dude. I don't know. Your brain shouldn't be using anything, I think, to get you to eat spicy food, but my brain do be fried for a good second. Brain fog. I think it can't be that bad if I'm, like, answering you guys, right? It's just a little dizzy. It just seems like when you stand up too fast, you know, and you don't maybe have the best iron. So, like, vertigo? Is that what fucking vertigo are? Question, are your ears hot? No, they're chill. I'm fine. Oh, that's fair. I forgot. I also am watching Game Theory. Man. Things are happening. Things are fucking happening. Did you own those noodles? Like, did I buy them? Is that what you're asking? Or did I, like, do good and I fucking ate that shit? I'm just like, you know? Is that what you're asking? Oh, did I do good? No, I did not. I did better than the last times I did it, though. I did do better, but I was like, did I buy them? Yeah, I did buy them. Okay. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Stolen noodles. Ooh, sound the alarm. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do this, you guys. We're gonna get up, we're gonna bring things out to the kitchen, and we're gonna stand up and definitely not faint. Yes, definitely not faint. Thank you so much for being here for Spicy Noodle ASMR. I'm fine. I promise. We're gonna get back into finishing some FNAF stuff. Is my blood pressure okay? I really don't know. How do you find some shit like that out? I was gonna check out my heartbeat, but I don't think that has to do with blood pressure, does it? Thank you for lurking, Leighton. I appreciate it. Have more fun with Tears of the Kingdom. Love you. You ever play CSGO? Absolutely not. No. Are you kidding me? Like, have you seen me play first-person shooters, dude? I, like, suffer through them. I'm not a big gamer. I just talk a lot. Yeah. I think we'll be fine. I'm exaggerating, yeah? I'm exaggerating my rage. Alrighty. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate an entertainer. Thank you, Randy. Mwah. You just know me so well. Yes, thank you so much for being here for Spicy Noodle ASMR. If any of you guys got really suspicious clips of me moaning, congratulations. That is now for your spank bang forever. You can use that for forever you wish. I promise. That's my permission slip. That said, we're gonna go back to our normal mic. I'm gonna be right back and just take this stuff out. Make sure I'm okay for a good second. And then come back in and we're going to hopefully get through more FNAF. God.
Okay. All right. I'm back. Okay. Hello. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're here. Hi. My name is Lily Bell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. We're back to more FNAF lore someday. Excuse me. I'll finish. Oh shit. That was wet. That was a wet fucking burp, dude. Holy shit. That was wet as fuck. Yes, I'm fine. Suddenly wet stream? Oh my god, that is the worst way. That is the worst way. All right, we're gonna move on with more FNAF. Oh my, with swallow noises? What the hell is wrong with you, dude? Holy shit, hold on.
Why would you do this, bro?
Okay, Jesus Christ. Is that game theory? Absolute wet dream? The worst. Genuinely the worst. Man, those sounds? Yeah? You imagining something, Randy? You imagining something familiar? Yeah. It's kind of the point, Tactical. It's kind of the point. I don't mind. I like it. I like my good boys. Okay. Alrighty. Last we were at, FNAF just got a reboot. One of the worst episodes I have watched. Literally just things pulled out of nowhere so that he could get more, which is fine. Listen, again, I respect Matt in his own way, okay? But this is genuinely not my favorite episode. It seemed way out of nowhere, right? The next one we have is Game Theory FNAF, The Cult of Glitch Trap. I hope it's good. At this point, I feel like if it's not a new game, like I feel like the next 10 is just not gonna have new games at all, and is just like pulling shit out of their ass. Bento, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Wow. Wow, Bento. Wow. You. Thank you very much. Desktop muted? Oh, okay. Sick. Thank you. You really went for that one. You really went for the translate. Huh? That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute of you. That said, okay. Yeah, Tactical. I know. You're a good boy. Good boy. Language is that? Vietnamese? It is. Alrighty, okay. Let's get started. I'm not looking forward to the next, like, at least 10 videos. I feel like, yeah, these are all, like, other solves with no game at all. So I feel like it's just not going to be as good. It's just going to be a lot more of just pulling things out of ass.
Markiplier, Dawko, the kings of Five Nights at Freddy's, together in one room against a brand new FNAF game with thousands of dollars at stake live. Do I have your attention?
Wait, is this a charity thing?
Because it's happening right here on the channel, December 3rd. Mark your calendars. You're not going to want to
skip to 454 for the theory. Perfect. Thank you. God. Appreciate it. Jesus.
Let's get to the episode.
No one suspects anything. It will be fun.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, where today it's time to meet a new villain, because FNAF's next major killer has a face, a voice, a motive, and we even know their name. So today is actually going to be a big one, my friends. The official game may not be releasing until 2020, but we're already...
Oh, wait, okay, these still work out, because these are like teasers and trailer stuff, right?
well on our way to understanding where this franchise is headed next. Just as long as Scott doesn't shred it, burn it, and mix in another 5 monochromatic characters with frontal lobes bit off, dreaming on their deathbeds.
Do it!
Over the course of October, we saw the release of FNAF VR Help Wanted's Halloween DLC, The Curse of Dreadbear, which at this point is getting close
Halloween
to like the
DLC
longest
too.
game title in history. And despite the game's repeated insistence that this little fall fest was purely for fun,
Keep in mind that this DLC pack is nothing more than a festive holiday-themed add-on, which has absolutely no hidden intent or purpose.
we all know that's a complete lie.
This fucking bitch. This actual, I would have punched him in the, like, if I ever get a chance to punch him in the face, this'll be what it's for. Literally, they could not spell it out any clearer. Scott really said, bro, I'm just trying to make a cute little holiday thing. And he's like, unless that's what you want me to think. I thought punching people in the face was a mark of affection. Sometimes, okay?
One does not simply include casual references to 1983 in a Five Nights at Freddy's game. And when
Why
it comes
not?
to Easter eggs,
Why?
I'm not
Like,
just-
why? Absolute not. Do you ever think, Matt, this is the reason Scott ruins it for you? Like, just makes you do this over and over again? You are literally your own worst enemy.
talking
Fuck
about
you.
one or two things here. Whether it was the FNAF 4 house perched high on a hill in the background, trick-or-treating at an animatronic-filled mansion, inching your way through FNAF 4's haunted hallways, or just
I'd
taking a
rather
Disney
get
ride that suddenly goes off the rails to
lost,
revisit a
slaughtered,
familiar-looking
slain?
pizzeria, Easter eggs were hidden in every pixel of this
Slain?
DLC. Here's a list of a few that were worth calling out, but don't merit a full-fledged theory. First, the masks that you wear for the trick-or-treat minigame are most likely the real-world versions of the masks that we see the bullies wearing during the Five Nights at Freddy's
Why?
4 bite.
Oh my
This
God.
reinforces the idea that in the grand timeline of events, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza was popular enough as a franchise by 1983 to have its own line of Halloween masks. In other words, it's
That's like your assumption. What if this guy straight up is just like, okay, here's a couple of cute Halloween masks that has nothing to do with 1983 what fucking soever, bro.
more evidence to suggest that this location that we see in FNAF 4 isn't the first pizzeria. It's not the beginning of the timeline. Point number 2, when you win a minigame, you see posters randomly generated around the walls. The thing is, all of these posters have appeared in a previous game, FNAF 6 Pizzeria Simulator. They appear in the alleyways where the
hate
salvage
him. I hate
animatronics
him.
can be found. Manwolf, clown
Like, I
features
respect him,
referencing
and I like
Baby,
him,
and
but I hate him,
Spookfest.
you know?
What's particularly interesting, though, is that Spookfest one, which could in
The
fact be
Halloween thing
referring
has
to
a
the
lot of
exact
lore.
fall
So
festival.
what you really are saying is, no, even when Scott is telling you something, you cannot believe it, right? Right? Like, where does the line actually draw here? So all the things you guys, it's so like, what is that called? Scott is a sneaky piece of shit? I mean, I don't know, because whenever Scott says something that approves your theory, you're like, yeah, obviously, because Scott said it. But when Scott says something that disproves your theory, he's like, no. Scott's sneaky and lying. You can't trust Scott's words. He misleads intentionally. Then why does any of this matter, right? Like, if you want to sit and be theorists, the one person you can't, like, why does any of these theories, like, why is one theory wrong and the other theory is right when you can't trust anything that Scott is saying? You have to, if you want to believe in this, the distrust of the one person who can give you the truth, right? Then you have to distrust your belief that in anything, right? Like, you can believe something is right and something is wrong. It doesn't matter. It's all up to anything. I fucking believe that, you know, Balloon Boy is the main antagonist, right? Like, I don't know who the fuck William Afton is, but this Balloon Boy is... And you know what? Scott never said it wasn't, okay? And even if Scott did say it wasn't, Scott's a fucking cheeky motherfucker. And so Scott is lying. Right? Like, I don't, what does that even fucking mean? That doesn't even, like, what, this is all very selective affirmation. Whatever the fuck it's called. I can't remember. Affirmative, selective, affirmative, whatever.
festival that we're attending. That poster
Yeah.
in particular always felt like a random addition to those alleyway scenes. And as we know, Scott don't do coincidences. It's also worth noting that I've seen one playthrough from the
Scott at William at confirmation bias. Thank you, Bento. You always remember to tell me that. William actually made Balloon Boy for all the children ever. Like, right? The Balloon Boy is the one that actually kills all of them. Cowboy, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, bud. What is it? Would you like to subtract time from the timer or add time from the timer? Wait. Okay. Addition is the best math. So what is it then? Are you adding or subtracting? Okay. Alrighty. We got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
channel Johnny blocks that had 3 clown pictures appear on the wall.
Alrighty.
After throwing a dart at each one, the barn suddenly switched over to rave mode.
Woo!
Black lights on
Rave
for the party,
mode!
becoming possessed by Golden Freddy. We can tell that as evidenced by the His Me banner hanging over the top of the barn. Now, I can't confirm whether this is real because he's the only playthrough I've
Yeah, no fucking shit, bro. All these are theories, dude.
been able
You
to do
can't
this,
confirm
also
anything,
spawning
bro.
3 clown pictures
I watched this, right? Knowing for real, you cannot confirm a damn thing.
randomly is just seemingly impossible odds. And also, it strikes me as weird because from a lore perspective, Golden Freddy at this point should be hanging out in the afterlife with our dearly departed William Afton. But still, it is something that's definitely worth calling out, and if any of you out there have a means of testing it, go forth and double check it. And lastly, during the game over screen, you see a giant dread bear looming over top of the hillside covered in gravestones. On top of the hill, you can make out what appears to be some sort of purple glitch. By hacking outside the bounds of the game, just like the channel Kuno Leo
wait a
did, you
minute.
can see that it's indeed a glitching gravestone,
That's pretty
surrounded on
sick.
all sides by 7 normal-looking gravestones.
Yeah, okay, that's
now,
pretty
6
sick.
gravestones would seem to be a reference to Pizzeria Simulator's gravestone ending, symbolic of the 5 murdered children during the missing children's incident, as well as Charlie, the girl who dies and goes on to possess the puppet. In short, William Afton's 6 victims. But then, what's a 7th gravestone doing there? Well, in my estimation, that one would seem to belong to Michael Afton, his son and his final and unintentional victim. Which would suggest that the glitching gravestone is William Afton's grave. It's got the purple color, it's got itself the glitch, which clearly ties it to Glitch Trap, but further cementing this is the texture that you see running along the grave, which, while hard to make out, clearly has rabbit ears. But it's the
okay,
last
understandable.
and hardest to achieve Easter egg that I want to focus on today. The one that reveals
I
our
know,
new killer
Tactical.
and starts
Don't
setting
worry.
up the story that will be
Balloon Boy was a
watching
true
play
mastermind.
out over
Balloon
the
Boy
next
is the
few
true
years of
mastermind.
games. You see, William Afton has started himself a cult. Let's call it the cult of Glitch Trap.
I'm telling you,
And it's gonna
man,
be our
nothing
job
proves it
to
against.
rescue the people.
Nothing proves it wrong, right? Because you got to remember, even if we want to do the corporation deal, right? The corporations in the game never said Balloon Boy wasn't a major antagonist. Fucking game theory. Ugh. Ugh, bleh. Fucking coom all over your fucking theories out here, bro.
Who've fallen under his spell. Now, if you've been watching over the last few FNAF episodes, I've been talking a lot about how FNAF
It's only
VR
because
Help
more
Wanted
people
is a
hate
passing of
Balloon
the
Boy.
torch, a sort of
Maybe
reboot
that's
for
why,
the
though.
series.
He's like, nah, you gotta make it the people that you don't want, because if it's a Balloon Boy, that's what I'm saying, the actual major antagonist.
An ushering in of the next generation of stories that this franchise wants to tell. Stories that, yes, still come from the series' murdery past, but also move beyond it. Beyond the timelines, beyond all its baggage. Now with new faces and new murder to be done. And the Curse of Dreadbear DLC confirms that theory. Yeah!
If you can confirm a theory, it is no longer theory, it's fact. But also, okay, sure. Whatever you want to say. I'm going to wait 3 more episodes before you're like, I was wrong. This is the wrong theory.
Yeah, ring the bell, my friends. That's right, I got a FNAF theory correct. The largest, longest, and quite frankly hardest minigame of the DLC pack is called Corn Maze, which has Dayglow Foxy hunting you down as you search for keys in an abandoned maze filled with what are truly the scariest part of the game, really loud crows.
Oh, God! Whoa, what the heck was that? Oh, my
You know
lordy.
what?
Sure,
That's
you can-
true. Every Halloween thing, it's really the bats that fuck up with me. Right? It's always the things you don't expect.
Find 1 key and escape, but if you manage to survive to find all 4 keys, suddenly a 5th key spawns in the arena, purple and glitching.
This is part of the reason
which
why
should
the word
already cue
theory
in on
has
what's
been
coming. This 5th
mutated to
key
mean
unlocks a
educated
cellar
guess.
located at
If
the
you prove an educated guess, it's correct. It's now a fact. Right? Like theory, there's a whole scientific method out here. There's a hi, Ravignon. I'm just saying. Map Pass sounding like a Lily Say So dungeon. What does that mean? What does that mean? Make an observation, ask a question, form a hypothesis or testable explanation, theory. Make a prediction based on it. Oh, wait, that's a theory. My bad. Test the prediction. Use the results to make new hypotheses or predictions. Like the pinnacle of scientific observation. I'm just saying, okay? The words here, all right? I'm just saying.
middle of the maze, one that resembles our
If we don't
prize
have
barn,
to, if I
except
don't have
now-
to fucking jump over hoops in terms of what theory means for any of, for people, then they'd be wrong. But I guess if everybody wants to jump over some hoops about, hoops about what theories are supposed to fucking mean, then sure, everybody can have a theory and everybody can prove theories wrong or right, depending on any other fucking given day that they have a bad or good weather out there.
Oh, it's all torn up, looking like it's been slowly laid to waste with time.
Oh,
but there's a sinister
that's what you're
gift
saying,
waiting for
Avarice.
us on the
Okay.
table. A white bunny mask with a fleshy, almost bloody
Oh,
interior. We
that
put it
is
on,
definitely
and our breathing
glitch.
slows. We calm down. Our character is suddenly a
Oh, it's glitch. What the? Yeah.
But there's more. Back in the prize counter, we suddenly have the option of wearing the mask again. Putting just the mask on doesn't do anything except obstruct
Is
vision.
this
because
is definitely a different kind of version of glitch, right? Doesn't look exactly like glitch, but I mean, the bunny looks different enough already.
masks suck. But if you put it on while holding glitch trap, suddenly someone, a woman,
Oh,
starts to
Vanny?
speak.
What?
Yes, I hear you. I know. No, there's no miscommunication. I understand.
Is Vanny the trainer version of glitch? Like the coworker version of glitch? You know the coworker that got like glitched with glitch? Is that Vanny now? See, they can just poop out any other coworkers to make any other new characters from anywhere to explain anything, so. Oh, Vanny comes later. Okay, so not that. It sounds like the same girl. These sound like the same fucking voice actresses.
Yes, I have it. I made it myself. I think you would like it. No one suspects anything. Don't worry. I'll be ready, and I won't let you down. It will be fun.
What?
A woman having a sinister one-way conversation with someone. Or something. I don't think I need to spell this one out for you, right? She is clearly talking to William. Glitch trap. The fact that this conversation requires you to be wearing the mask, which represents her, and holding the rabbit, which represents him, seems to be all the proof
So you have to be wearing the mask and holding the rabbit.
that we would need. But now let's look at specifically what they're saying. Based on her saying things like, yes, I have it, I made it myself,
Sounds like
you would
Cape
like
Girl,
it,
but
she
isn't
seems
the
to be
same
referring to the
person.
bunny mask. That is her creation. The voice, William, clearly dictated to her that she needed to create.
All right, I just need you guys to tell me there's FNAF Sonas, right? I know that there's like Sonas everywhere, like even My Little Pony Sonas and Potter Sonas and First Sonas, all that shit. But like, there's got to be FNAF Sonas, right? Because this is definitely like a FNAF Sona, dude. They literally just decided, okay, I'm going to put a random girl to be Vanny, this random character that we are going to now add in the Halloween DLC and is going to suddenly be part of something else. I'm just saying.
It's some sort of bunny mask to carry on his tradition of Lapin-themed murder. The line, "No one suspects anything,"
makes another bunny mask to continue on with the murder. Like, this is... Oh, God. What is that? Fuck. What is that slasher film that ends up... Oh, Freddy versus... No. What is that slasher film? Freddy versus something. Someone. Excuse me. Freddy versus Jason. Yeah. I read... And what... Oh, shit. What series is Jason from again? Friday the 13th. Okay, yeah. I read through Jason's series plot lines and stories. And the amount of cop-out revives he's had and other things like this is it. FNAF really is this is started out to be an ARG, but this is really just a slasher film.
Clearly seems to indicate that she's been hiding in plain sight, much like a pizzeria's security guard who's planning to kidnap kids. Or, as I brought up in a previous theory, a game tester who's suddenly been brainwashed by a rogue piece of malware. Which leads us to the other lines about there being no miscommunication, being ready, and not letting him down. Those all seem to indicate that William
has also gone over those theories as well,
in the woman
and the
about
cop-out
fulfilling on his
revives.
plan. This is
Yeah,
reinforced
and what
by the name
like he'll probably go through it another time for his final timeline, which is really like 4th out of 7 of his timelines, right? And he's like, but it's explainable because Remnant. This is God, the amount of eye rolling I can only do so much.
Of this voiced character. On Scott's Voices.com page,
The
where he
next
tends to
16
hire out
series are
actors for their
between
various
games, but
roles
there
in
are
the game,
plenty
the
of
listing
books.
was named Reluctant
But all the books
Follower.
are like...
So this
okay.
woman is clearly a devotee of Afton, but
Okay.
she's hesitant. I
Alrighty.
mean, going so far as to actually kidnap kids and, you know, turn them into remnant soup or something is a lot to ask of anyone, honestly.
To be
It's
fair to
also
Matt, some
important
of
to
the
note
stuff
here
he
that
says
the
is
word
accurate.
reluctant...
No, it's fine. It's not like... for sure... Again, I respect Matt. Matt does, like, crazy amount of research. I totally believe a good number of his theories. For me, it's just overall, it's the whole science of it. You know what I mean? It's not a personal thing to Matt.
doesn't necessarily mean unwilling. I mean, it can, certainly, but in this case, it seems like she's trying to please her master, William Afton, saying things
It's like if I'm able to sit here and know, okay, it's just a slasher film, dude. Don't look too hard into it. Then I'll be like, oh, great, it's a slasher film. But this guy among multiple people are specifically trying to look really hard into it. And I'm like, well, it doesn't really matter. They could just come back using anything. Suddenly there's a whole new person from nowhere to continue on the slasher fucking series, you know? And then you're going to toss it out into Hollywood and make 5 other fucking movies so that you can have people come out during Halloween. And every single time it will say, this is the last one. And then they don't die. And then it shows up again 2 to 3 more years. Like, it's cool. Just, own it. Own it. It's fine.
I think you would like it, and convincing herself that this will be fun. It's not that
Yeah,
William
I
has
definitely
control
don't
over her
blame
body
Matt.
and is
I'm
forcing
just
her to do
saying,
things.
like,
She's just nervous
Matt's
to take that fight.
Matt's explanations of this could definitely be right, but that doesn't stop it from being an explanation that really is, is really just, slasher film etiquette.
Final leap. What this all tells us is that William has been successful in what Tape Girl warned us about. That FNAF VR is a Trojan horse. It's carrying the virus that is William Afton. Now, whether that's him as code or AI or it's just his spirit being passed along isn't really important. What matters is that he's suddenly able to enter the minds of its testers.
Suddenly
it's why
able.
we hear the story
I love
of Jeremy throughout those FNAF VR tapes. A man who went crazy and ultimately sliced off his own face. He was probably starting to slip under the control of Glitch Trap, but tried his best to fight back in whatever way he could. That's also why every ending of that game is a bad one. The fact that we need the Green Bunny to hear this dialogue confirms that all those vague cutscenes at the end of the game are of him escaping. Because without the tapes, Glitch Trap is still disassembled in the game, and this dialogue of a brainwashed devotee isn't possible. But what we're also learning here is that while Glitch Trap is able to invade the mind of a person, he can't fully possess their body. He's limited to only being a voice inside their head. He has to convince them to do his bidding and continue to push them to fulfill their mission. Mask Girl is scared, she's hesitant, she's reluctant, and must be cajoled into acting on William's wishes. She's slowly descending into madness. And wait a minute, why does that sound so familiar?
Because I feel like I'm descending into madness every single time I click onto the next fucking video, Matt. Every single time I have to hear you say, it's just a theory, a game theory. I think about all the fucking decisions I've ever made in my entire life and question why I'm sitting here, all right?
Oh yeah, because it's one of the upcoming projects that Scott's been teasing for the better part of the last year. It's a pretty accurate title for a game where your villain starts as a normal game tester, but then is forced to listen to the voice in her head telling her to kill.
What am I good guessing? What did I guess? I don't even know.
In the source code of Scott's website. Except here, we actually see both
I'm
sides of the
disassociating.
conversation.
Stay the course.
I will.
Focus on my voice.
I will.
Don't let anyone lead you astray.
I won't.
Have you selected one?
I have.
That line of
What
"Don't let
Into
anyone
Madness
lead you
is?"
astray really stands out. Again, reinforcing this idea that the followers aren't fully under Afton's control.
Wait,
that they
what?
can be
Did I guess
swayed
that, or are you
saved
just
in
messing
some
around?
way, just like people in a real cult. It looks like we might be able to save these innocents from Afton's grasp before they commit any sorts of crime this time. And where will those crimes be happening? Well, a few weeks ago, this was the image on Scott's website. Just more cool 80s-tastic FNAF teasers for the new game that's coming out in 2020. But when the full
In
Dread Bear DLC was released,
dude, I
the
remember
image got
when it came out in 2020 and everybody, like, a lot of people actually, I watched a lot of people play it. Or, I mean, I saw it. I didn't watch, like, full things, but I saw it around here and there. I think people want to fuck the moon.
got altered slightly to this.
Oh, it
Notice
was
those
delayed?
floppy
Okay,
ears?
whichever
Looks
one
like
it
our new
is.
killer might be on the hunt in the mall.
What?
Slightly to this.
Okay, I do see this. Interesting.
Notice those floppy ears? Looks like our new killer might be on the hunt in the mall. Looks like 2020 found itself a new female FNAF killer. And if she's truly
Wow, the diversity.
working undercover with no one suspecting anything, clearly she must be a mall cop.
Segueing
to a murder scene near Spencer's Gifts. And I would end it there, except we can also figure out her name. Brightening images, digging through source code, that is so FNAF 1.0. At this point, the series
Literally just did that the episode beforehand.
is 5 years old. It's matured, and the fan base has matured. And the way that we're
When I mature, when we mature, the relationship matures with us.
able and perhaps even expected to dig for clues has gotten significantly more advanced. It's like an arms race. Scott finds a new way to hide clues, one person in the community breaks the code, and suddenly it's in our tool belt.
Okay, but like, why must it change though? Never mind, I lied. Okay, as a content creator, from one content creator to another, I understand. Never mind.
Next time he releases something, boom, we immediately whip that tool out. That sounded wrong. Maybe let's not whip out our tools and instead smartly and respectfully remove that tool from our tool belt and apply it to the problem at hand. Let me give
You have a children's audience. Never make that joke ever again.
An example of this, brightening images. The first 1 or 2 times Scott did this, it was completely unique. No developer had ever really done anything like that before, and as a result, it took a little while to discover his hidden messages. But after 1 or 2 times, now we know it's a trick you can use so no one even bothers to look at the image itself, it's just straight into those contrast sliders. The same thing with looking at source code, the same thing with digging through game files, and on, with each one slightly more complicated than the last. And now we've unlocked ourselves a brand new clue finding technique. In the source code for Scott's site, the shadow image and its previous form were both named the same thing, 7_1. FNAF 7 Teaser 1, nothing too exciting there. But that's only the name that Scott wants us to see. You see, I learned a lot from making an ARG over the last year, and one of the biggest tricks was that images can be opened as text files using a program like Notepad, and that the text often reveals a lot of secrets about the history of a given image. Like here, if I open up a JPEG of one of our Minecraft thumbnails, you can see that it was saved using Adobe Photoshop.
Wow.
Even down to the specific version. You can even see that there are some text layers here, and what those text layers are called, labeled
Wait, have they already mentioned this? I feel like they've mentioned this already.
title, hardwood, and ouchie tree. We're very creative with our layer titles. Anyway, if you open up the first of these 2 Scott Games image files on the site, you see that even though it's called 7_1 in the source code, its original file name was Glamrock Fred Poster. Very cool. Eat your heart out, Stranger Things in American Horror Story. It's FNAF's turn to revisit the era of big hair and even bigger shoulder pads. So we know in 2020, in this new game, we're going to be introduced to
pictures from your phone actually have GPS data saved to them. Well, that's terrifying to know. Thanks, Bento.
Wicked, I think, was an 80s
Bye,
thing.
Antonio.
Anyway,
have a great one,
image,
hon. Thank you for being here.
See that the true name of the file has been changed. It's no longer Glamrock Fred Poster. It now reads Shadow of Vanny. So it would seem that Vanny is the new name of our killer. It's an odd one to be sure, but I honestly no longer Glamrock Fred. We see that the true name. It's an odd one to be sure, but I honestly don't think that's it. I actually think it's probably a combination of her real name, Vanessa, and her mask. The White Rabbit, or Bunny, Vanessa Bunny, Vanny. Just like Will Trap and Mike Bot and all the other weird ship names we have in this franchise.
Okay, but I mean, like, why couldn't it be Vanny? Vanny sounds like a chill name. You wouldn't name your kid Will Trap? Tell me he named his kid something FNAF related. He should get it. At this point, it's part of his code, okay?
Every time. So there you have it, my friend.
Like, if his first Halloween costume wasn't Freddy for his kid or something like that, his favorite fucking animatronic skin or whatever, then obviously he hates all of us and he doesn't care about his YouTube audience. Come on. When you live the content, you live the fucking content. He named his kid Oliver? What? He named his kid Balloon Boy's real fucking name?
Friends, preview of the coming events in the FNAF franchise. It's the story of Vanny, Vanessa Bunny, a normal person driven into madness by the voice of William Afton talking to her in her head to go out and kill people. She might be the only one right now.
Has absolutely nothing to do with William Afton's actual story or family. Just needed to be an extra person, minion, so that they can continue the beautiful story of FNAF and continue selling everything. Everything.
But there could be hundreds out there. A cult of Glitch Trap, if you will, following in his
okay. When I first saw the Cult of Glitch Trap, like, YouTube's video title, I thought that it was like, oh, Glitch Trap is Tumblr Sexy Man, everybody is creating a cult over it. But this is better.
Steps. And we know that this is the case based on the fact that Glitch Trap is still seen dancing in the background of that DLC.
What?
He is now...
How are you... What? What are you saying?
Toad footsteps. And we know that this is the case based on the fact that Glitch Trap is still seen dancing in the background of that
That thing is like 144p. How do you know that's Glitch Trap, dude? I mean, like, I guess that's like an educated guess. But like, y'all saw this and was like, yeah, that looks exactly like Glitch Trap. This is 144p. This is worse than like bank security cameras when something's actually going on, bro.
DLC. He is now apparently able to copy himself. It's worth noting that that's an Easter egg that was left in, actually overwriting an oversized
The
dread
game has
there.
that
So
in there
you know that this
too?
one's
That's
intentional,
so
right?
funny.
It says that glitch
This is a joke, right? Like Matt is actually Scott. Matt has to actually be Scott.
Trap is a copy, and that he's
I
able
can
to
only
copy
do the
himself
one. That's
over
terrible,
and
Shinobi.
over and over again. The cult of glitch trap spreads. And now we just have to wait for the next sign of that killer to strike. Maybe it's in the new book series that starts coming out in December. Maybe it's in that new game that Scott's sending us on December 3rd for our big St. Jude charity live stream. Who knows?
Wait.
But in the meantime,
So, was that a custom game? Did they wait? Nobody actually knows what's in it and gets to play it. Like, did they get to play it?
stay vigilant, my friends, and remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for
They played it.
watching.
We can watch them playing it though.
Just done. More FNAF's over. Done until December 3rd. I'm gonna rip my microphone if I jump off this couch. I'm just gonna lower myself slowly.
Dramatic. Understandable. Same. I mean, if
Maybe
you
she should've blown
want,
him.
I mean,
Hey,
if it's
that's
not,
no fair.
no. This is about FNAF lore. If it has nothing to do with this, we're good.
I haven't got my shoes off yet.
Look, it's Balloon Boy.
Made it. Ozzy? Oz?
Ozzy Osbourne?
Ozzy! Hello, Internet! Welcome to Game Theory, and the start to what will undoubtedly be a very FNAF-y new year, because while everyone else in the games industry is concentrated on new consoles with all of the teraflops and none of the actual games, Five Nights at Freddy's is over here in the corner doing its own thing and releasing, you know, exciting and interesting stuff. Last year's Help Wanted was a fantastic addition to the series, which keeps updating itself with new and exciting lore all the time. There's that new 80s-inspired game coming out later this year. The AR game is something I should probably talk about at some point, since apparently that also has lore implications. And most interestingly of all, we have at some point, since apparently that also has.
What the hell is this? What the fuck is this? Like, is he just grabbing some random shit? Oh. Okay, all right. Sounds good.
Has lore implications.
You're telling me the game also has Markiplier in it? Markiplier got hired to be in it?
And most
It
interestingly of
almost
all,
looks
we
like
have
it.
ourselves the
Wait,
rollout
really?
of a new.
Wait, really? Wait, hold on. Are you serious? Scott hired Markiplier to be in the fucking game. That's amazing. Who's not, like, I have to assume that Matt was jealous, right? I have to assume, and also Daco, whatever his name is. I only have to assume that they were jealous. Like, come on.
That's right. With the Fazbear Fun Time service, you'll never be alone again. It's guaranteed. With our exclusive animatronics, you'll always have someone watching your back. They'll provide you with hours of fun, entertainment, and companionship. You can't hide from a future of fun. Our special delivery will make you jump from excitement. Subscribe today. Don't miss this opportunity. And remember, we're always watching out for you.
Oh, there's like a whole other, there's like another minute and a half.
I've been living in the shadows.
This sounds like I'm gonna get fucking scared. Just saying. I'm like, let me just make sure I'm not gonna get scared out of my ass here.
I'm watching.
You know what? Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling. That's quite amazing. Imagine Scott told Mark stuff on a promise he can't tell me. Yeah. I believe that, dude. Could you? Well, I don't know. Nah, I don't think so. Well, it could. Okay. My brain is going too fast for my mouth right now. So it's possible, but I don't think Mark did that. I don't think Mark did any stuff like that, knowing full well, right? Like how important it is to keep everything secret, firstly, and like to keep a professional relationship. Mark might not have jeopardized that like that. Mark doesn't follow the lore. Okay, but Mike, okay, so what I remember also is that Mark being the king of FNAF is just something that he said, right? So, I don't know. Maybe just because Mark is really more popular or something. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Book series, Fazbear Frights. The first one released after Christmas, and before the end of this year, there'll be a total of, let me check my notes.
4.
Holy mother of Ennard, 5? 5 installments in a new book series in a year? Ugh, looks like Scott's gone back to his roots of just
I am now the queen of Toontown. Everybody spread that shit.
mass releasing stuff.
Spread that ass cheeks too. Hey!
It's like he saw the Netflix model of binge watching a show and was like, I want that, but for video games and apparently books. Jeez, if only mass dropped lore reveals for us to binge
I mean, that's just sort of true. What's sort of true?
Anyway, the reason I call these books out is that, first off, they're just really good. You ever read the Goosebumps books? I definitely did. Every single one. Night of the Living Dummy and Ghost Next Door every day, fam.
Yeah, sounds
Fazbear
like it,
Frights
bro.
is just a modern version of those, with each book containing 3 short horror stories all set within
Queen
the
of
FNAF universe.
Toontown?
And
No, it's
true
true.
to them being a
No, it's absolutely true. I'm the queen of Toontown, like, rewritten. Nobody else is gonna fight me on it, right? Because apparently nobody fucking fought Markiplier on being king of fucking FNAF, okay? He doesn't even follow the lore, for God's sake. Hello? And then he gets what? Like, to be a part of the advertisement? No, they did. Winner by default of what? Yeah, nobody else is competing. Like, who crowned him? Scott sat down and was like, here, congratulations, here's a crown. And then he said, fuck you, Matt, all right? And fuck you, Danko or Daco or whatever. Do you follow Toontown lore? I actually do, bro. Gameplay king, not lore king? Okay, so only gameplay matters, though, yeah? Right? Because apparently now he gets to be part of an ad. And Danko... What's his name? Is it Danko or Daco? I feel so bad. Man's putting in the work. He did the gameplay too. It's Daco? Okay, I don't remember how it was spelled. He put it in there.
part of the franchise, they aren't afraid to get
Mark beat 420 mode and claim that title. Yeah, exactly. I mean, who, like, Daco also beat a mode and couldn't claim that title apparently.
To detail for the first three, so if you want to read them blind,
and
consider this your spoiler warning.
Yeah, exactly. Matt Pat just calls himself one of the, him, and he just put himself, Daco, and Mark in the same arena and just said, yeah, we're the kings of FNAF. No, you're fucking not, Matt. Otherwise, Scott would have done something. Would have, kissed you on the head already. But apparently, you're just, one of the forgotten sons. Fucking crying child or something.
Anyway, to give you a sense of tone, one story
so
ends with a girl
I can say anything,
finding
bro.
her severed body part.
Matt can fucking say he's, one of the kings of FNAF, and he still barely gets anything. I can say anything.
Parts hidden away in plastic bags, only to then realize that she herself has been piece by piece replaced with a robotic body. In another, a teenage girl's imprisoned and forced to choose the way in which.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to the stories.
Just a modern version of those, with each book containing 3 short horror stories, all set within the FNAF universe. And true to them being a part of the franchise, they aren't afraid to get super bleak. Today's episode is going to go into detail for the first 3, so if you want to read them blind, consider this your spoiler warning. Anyway, to give you a sense of tone, one story ends with a girl finding her severed body parts.
Also, I added you on
in
Discord.
plastic
Thank
bags,
you.
only to then realize that she herself has been piece by piece replaced with a robotic body. In another, a teenage girl.
Okay, that's got to have something to do with Charlie.
Girls imprisoned and forced to choose the way in which she is gonna die, with options ranging from boiling alive to electrocution to decapitation. She chooses.
What is this? Fucking Saw? This is like Saw, bro.
The decap attack. Dear FNAF tubers, I know we were all super worried about Kappa coming in and striking us down, but when we're covering stories like these, I think we're pretty darn safe. But of course, I wouldn't be talking about all this on Game Theory if it wasn't for the lore. These aren't just random horror stories. Each one is connected back to characters and locations that we know from the original games. The girl who makes a wish to be beautiful and then is unknowingly hacked to pieces? Well, the fairy godmother doing the hacking is a red pigtailed clown robot with green eyes. Does that description sound familiar to anyone? What about the girl who opts for decapitation? Well, I mentioned that she's imprisoned. What I left out was that she's actually trapped in the stomach of a white and pink bear with a twisted sense of humor and a thirst for blood. And if all that's too subtle for you, well, the first story outright has a guy in a golden bunny suit taking us to see 6 murdered kids in the back of a Freddy's Pizzeria in the year 1985. Pretty darn direct, but more...
Wait, what happened in 85? We have another bite or what?
On that later. These stories matter because they're giving us more information about how the FNAF
Just
universe
murder?
operates. Sometimes in very
You've got the bite of 83, the slash of 85, and the bite of 87. This is now called the slash of 85.
direct ways, like giving us
Casually
the exact number of
murder.
victims
We
and
just
the
have
dates of
murder.
their
It's
death.
fine.
And
Nothing
sometimes in
new.
more indirect ways, by showing us that this is a canon where a girl can be rebuilt.
I genuinely hate that. Yeah, five kids are dead. Nothing new to FNAF. That shit's low numbers. You gotta drop in at least 3 more, vertical illusion discs, and yeah, exactly.
Day by day, piece by piece, is a human-robot hybrid so realistic that no one, not even herself, realizes it. And so that is what we're covering today.
See that
what
daily
these
as a FNAF
stories
fan?
show us about
This is why I know for sure I couldn't do horror shit. Like, and when I say horror shit, I mean, like, I'm never going to be able to actually, like, create a story with horror or anything. You guys are definitely desensitized. Yeah, 5 dead kids. Rookie fucking numbers, bro.
the FNAF universe, what they confirm, and also what important new details they unlock. Plus, they open up a big theory about the games, one that I actually got wrong late last year, and I'm very excited about now. So with all that said, reader beware, you're in for a scare.
Boo.
Oh, and for those of you who've dismissed the stories as non-canon, I wouldn't be too quick to judge these books. Each one of them has this in its official description.
I can't believe at this point everything has to have a be somewhat canon. At this point, I don't think it's smart for anybody to say some things are non-canon. Like, it's just, they all have to somehow be canon in a way. Even if it's like 10% of it is canon, it's there.
Quote, in this volume, horror master Scott Cawthon spins 3 sinister novella-length stories from different corners of his series' canon, end quote. Different corners of the canon, you say? Sounds to me like some stories are going to be more aligned with the trilogy of books, some more so with the canon of the games, but still, all of them existing within the canon itself.
Exactly
So
what I'm saying, Matt. I'm so
absolutely,
glad that you know, it's a good thing I called you 3 years ago to tell you this exact thing. Because obviously now you're doing great with it, but that's exactly what I was saying, Matt. Good job. Good job, taking notes during my phone call with you.
Worth our time to investigate. The first story actually has a lot to cover, so I'm gonna just save that one for last and instead start with the second, To Be Beautiful. In it, Sarah, a 14-year-old girl, rescues a red pigtailed clown animatronic from the trunk of a car that she finds in a scrapyard. Grateful to be saved, the robot, who calls herself Eleanor, but is probably better described as Giraffe Baby based on the cut illustrations from the book, says that she'll grant any wish.
Does that count now as another version of Baby? Lily, Queen of FNAF? Yo, I'm about to message Matt Pat right the fuck now. Does Matt have a... Hold on. Oh shit, we can't follow him. Damn it. God, fuck. Darn. I would though. I would. You know what? One day, okay? Oh, that's his Twitter. Okay. What? For fun, he consults on branding and SEO? And how the fuck do I figure that shit out?
Well,
How do I contact him about fucking branding and SEO? I found his management. All right, good to know. Thanks.
Sarah wishes to be beautiful, and baby, like a twisted fairy godmother, makes it happen by putting Sarah to sleep every night and hacking off sections of her body while she's unconscious, replacing them with robotic junk. Quote, Sarah looked at the floor. One bag contained a human leg.
He's probably
another,
too rich
a
for
human
you?
arm. Blood
Like,
pooled
he's probably
at the
too
bottoms of the
expensive for me to
bags, but the
hire, or
limbs
he's
had been
probably
severed
too rich
neatly,
for my
as if in a
blood. Like, he
surgical
probably would look at
amputation.
me in
Another
the
bag
face and
stuffed
go,
with
aha,
bloody, snake-like
you're fucking
entrails and what
poor.
appeared to be a liver slid from
Yeah.
the cabinet's
Oh, so
shelf
expensive,
and landed on the floor with a wet splat. Hey, if pizzerias never work out for you, baby, Beverly Hills
What? I
plastic
don't
surgeon
know.
is a great backup career. The only stipulation
what it
is that
sounded
Sarah
like
must
for
wear
a
a
good
special
second.
necklace to keep the illusion alive. When the necklace inevitably falls off, Sarah's new junk body is exposed and falls apart. She dies, surrounded by her own severed body parts as she's forced to watch baby walk out into the world, having stolen her old look
Oh,
and identity.
shit. That's
Quote again,
crazy.
I made your wish come true, Sarah. And in return, Eleanor laughed again. She jerked and shook, her silver finish turning the pinkish shade of Caucasian skin. In a matter of moments, she was a dead ringer for Sarah. Well, you certainly made my wishes come true. Great story to read to the kids at night, by the way. Good night, sleep tight, don't let the shape-shifting robot slice off your face and steal it. Anyway,
Hey, you know how I told you guys that I have a cousin's daughter niece? And how I babysat them a few times? You think if I visit them and I read them, like, these stories, that my cousin would get mad? Do you think so? Romany! Hello. Thank you so much for taking your folks on tour. Hello, tourists. My name is Lily Bye. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. How was your stream? Excuse me. We're watching more FNAF lore, okay? We're making some strides into it. We're trying our best, but I think we will have to have another day to get through it all. It was good. More wrestling. How'd it go? No. The baby's like just about to turn 3, okay? It doesn't know how to read. Remember when you took the couch from me? Yeah, bitch. Talked a lot. Talked a lot when you took the couch from me for somebody who can't even defend herself from nightmares. Boo. Good matches? That's great. Okay. I'm glad. Best of luck on the rest of your matches. We had a baby? No, my cousin had a baby. Hey, would you guys be mad if I had a baby? Take the couch, take these nightmares, bitch. No, you guys wouldn't be mad if I had a baby? That's so nice. That's so nice of you. You guys would be, I feel like instead of being mad, you guys would be more like, oh man, our condolences. And I'd be like, yeah, I know. Just play them on a speaker late at night. I think I can just, I'm pretty sure I could just do that on YouTube. Wait, you record Foley? Is that what you do? Like, just steal one or bake one? A baby? What? Bake a baby? Hey, that sounds like some FNAF shit, bro. Probably a little, specifically that you should be spending more time with them and not streaming 12 hours straight. It's cool. They're in the back. You know? They're in their little, like, playpen. I'm just here hanging out. It's cool.
as I mentioned before,
baking, bun in the like if I stole a baby or if I had a bun in the oven. Ah, interesting. No, stealing a baby is not naturally on my thoughts. Okay, I meant baking one, but like, I would also be more concerned about where this baby came from. So,
Sarah's extreme makeover confirms that in the FNAF
They're chilling
canon,
in their
humans can be partly
cage.
or
They've got toys. They've got a fucking pet feeder. They're fine.
fully robotic without ever knowing it. We've seen it before in the original trilogy of books, where the fourth closet revealed that protagonist Charlie was a highly advanced robot, and we're seeing it again happen here. A normal human Sarah unknowingly being remade into a robot. The fact that
this is kind of interesting. Genuinely. Like, imagine being Scott's actual child, though, right? And, like, this is what your father has thought of. Some creepy ass shit like this, man. Ooh, jeez.
Is now a recurring element of the series, goes to support the idea that Michael, the crying child,
gotta set up a hamster water container for the
could
baby.
have been put
I'm gonna put together a Throne like package wish list, right? And it's all baby stuff, and it's like fucking hamster water container, all right? A little like playpen that looks like a jail cell. I think that shit would be funny. Like one of those big dog cages, you know? Yeah, that shit. Scott's kids play tested the early games? Were his kids young? But also, once again, thank you so much, Romani. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking your folks on tour, sweetheart. Mwah. Oh, not his... Wait, what? Oh, young-ish? Did they enjoy it? I only assumed that Scott said something about it.
In a much more literal way than any of us were
Spectre.
expecting all
Hi,
those
dear.
years ago. He was put together as a machine.
Just need help.
He grew up without knowing it and was only able to figure it all out once he miraculously survived being scooped at the end of Sister Location.
Something is wrong with me. I should be dead, but I'm not.
Does this little short story outright confirm any of it? No, certainly not. But third time is a charm, Michael. The third story about a girl named Millie trapped inside Funtime Freddy's stomach doesn't really tell us a whole lot. But instead it just confirms what we already suspected, that the Funtime robots were designed to be large enough to capture kids and either kill them off or transport them to underground testing facilities. Moving on to the end of the book, there's a little teaser, like a Marvel movie but with 100% less Nick Fury, where we get a preview of a seemingly new monster. Two cops are discussing a hooded figure raiding the neighborhood's dumpsters. They call it the Stitch Wraith. Quote, the Stitch Wraith, witnesses said, was a shrouded figure in some sort of cloak.
I have a feeling, like, this name doesn't sound familiar to me at all, so I'm wondering if this is just something that Scott threw out there so it could throw all of us off track.
The detective squinted at a picture that showed the figure pulling what seemed to be a mannequin's torso from the dumpster.
The things a pet would get from Throne would keep us spoiled.
Not a human face, anyway.
This Wraith is
like
book only? Amazing.
Round,
okay, so
its
it's true.
features were drawn onto the curved white surface. It had dark eyes, one of which looked blackened. Were those blood stains around the mouth? End quote. To me, the Stitch Wraith is just a cooler name for Ennard. I mean, you got yourself a creature
really
that has a
does look
white
like Ennard,
mask with
actually.
a missing blacked out eye, sharp, potentially bloody teeth, and a lurching walk. Definitely similar to the way that he's shown in the games. Ennard's obsession with trash would also be appropriate for the Stitch Wraith. I mean, it's just a mass of wires. It needs something like a mannequin torso to give it form. We actually see the same thing with Scrap Baby's design from FNAF 6. Between games, she clearly assimilated any and all garbage into her form to be more passable and human. To me, I gotta be honest, I just think the Stitch Wraith story is cool because it shows the outside world's reaction to the Freddy creatures that we all know. It starts to show what happened to them after the events of the game. It connects the dots for the story after the credits finished rolling. To know that Ennard, after he escapes from Sister Location, to the in-universe people going about their daily lives is just this urban legend named the Stitch Wraith, I guess that's just pretty interesting to me. I think it's fun. Anyway, it's also
Actually, that actually sounds pretty nice. I kind of like that. It's pretty interesting.
also worth noting here
Really building the world out here more logically, I feel like.
that the teaser attributes 5 dead bodies to Ennard. Quote, 5 withered bodies with eyes that bled black down the...
Wow, 5. I wonder where that came up before. Yeah. That's crazy. I don't think... It sounds familiar, but I'm just not sure.
besides the face, end quote. So it appears that Ennard, after leaving Michael's body, tried to skin suit 5 or so other people. Notice that it says withered bodies. These are bodies that have clearly decayed, just like we saw with Michael's at the end of Sister Location.
But not
and the
dead?
mode of death, them crying black, it's
Yeah.
just the body leaking oil
Yeah.
as Ennard needs to go and find another skin suit to possess. So that's pretty
Oh,
much
so yeah, definitely
everything
dead,
else.
never
But
mind.
what I really want to focus on now and in a follow-up mini-theory is the first story of this bunch. The story where the book gets its name, Into the Pit. In it, a video game-loving, anime-obsessed 10-year-old boy named Oswald is
Well, that's interesting. How do you know they're anime obsessed, huh? What did they bring up? Well, you're telling me in the fucking book they sat there and talked about Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood or what?
forced to spend most of his
It says it in the book. He just they started talking about One Piece and Naruto. Is that yeah, exactly. Is that what they did? Oswald's first line inside the book was the One Piece is real. There's a section that said he was subbed to a VTuber named Lilybell. That's so good. That's actually funny. Or does it, like when it says in the book, does it kind of just say like, oh, you know, Oswald, young boy, plays video games, loves anime. Is that what it is?
summer in an old rundown restaurant named Jeff's Pizza. One day, wanting to pull a prank on his father,
I can't go to no place named Somebody's Pizza anymore. Fuck that shit.
he finds himself in a, wait for this, time-traveling ball pit that takes him to 1985, the day where 6 murders have just happened.
Domino's Pizza? Yeah, fuck that. No more. Papa John's? No. Done. We can't. Little Caesars? Fuck no. Absolutely fucking not. Okay? Time-traveling ball pit? Let's rate this here. Time-traveling ball pit or time-travel hot tub? Come on. Shakey's? Yo, that shit sounds sus.
At Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Quote, when the smell of pizza hit Oswald's nose, he understood. He was still in Jeff's Pizza, or more accurately, what Jeff's Pizza had been before Jeff took over. The ball
I love
pit was
Shakey's.
new
Don't you
and not
disrespect
roped
Little
off. On the
Caesars?
wall was a mural.
What I'm saying is, it's anything that has, like, somebody's, right? Because look at this. Jeff's Pizza, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, all right? Anybody who owns a pizza, right? Like Domino's, Domino, fucking not quotation. What the fuck is that? It's not comma. What the fuck is that? What is this? What is this thing? What is apostrophe? Is that what it is? Thank you. Apostrophe. Yeah, that thing. Okay. Apostrophe S. Like, you know, possessive noun. Any of those pizzas, I can't trust them no more. Not Domino's, not Papa John's, not Little Caesars. Okay? Nobody can, I can't trust them. They're holding back some dark shit. That's why they have possessive nouns.
One day, wanting to pull a prank on his father, he finds himself in a, wait for this, time-traveling ball pit that
What
takes
about
him
Pizza
to
Hut?
1985,
Apparently Pizza
the
Hut
day
doesn't
where
possess,
6
so-
murders have just happened at Freddy
I'm good.
Fazbear's
I'm chilling with
Pizzeria.
Pizza Hut. Me
Quote,
and Pizza
when the
Hut
smell
are
of
chill, I
pizza hit
guess.
Oswald's nose, he understood. He was
Shakey's
still in
Pizza?
Jeff's
Yeah,
Pizza,
like,
or
see,
more
Shaky-
accurately, what
Shaky
Jeff's
possesses
pizza
the
had been
pizza.
before Jeff took over. The ball pit was new and not roped off. On the wall was a mural of the same characters performing on stage: the brown bear, the blue rabbit, and the bird girl. Below their faces were the words Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He even caught sight of a calendar hanging in an open office that helped him pinpoint the date,
1985 again!
Way to take the mystery out of it there, guys. I was all ready to cross-reference all the arcade cabinets that you saw in the pizzeria and the allusions to the Smurfs and other popular media at the time to find the date, but you just had to go and take that all away from me.
See? I knew you liked this shit, you fucking masochist. Look at this. Look at this. What'd I say?
1985, end quote. Way to take the mystery out of it there, guys. I was all ready to cross-reference all the arcade cabinets that you saw in the pizzeria and the allusions to the Smurfs and other popular media at the time to find the date, but you just had to go and take that all away from me. Thanks
Aw, somebody...
for saving me the research, I guess, but no thanks for taking away my deserving YouTube watch minutes. And
What did I say? Dude, this is so weird because in my head, I straight up was like, oh, is somebody sad because they have less view count time? Oh, Matt. You know what? This is why I respect you so much. You're so well aware, honestly. You're so self-aware and like smartly self-aware, not in like a weird way. Like, but you know, it's kind of funny. Is I like it. At least you're aware about it, right? Yeah.
And here's the first big mind blow of
When
this
I
book
sleep,
series.
there was Lily
First,
Bell. When I
because
wake,
think
there's
there are
Lily Bell.
actually
Life
two
is
in
good.
this one story.
Really?
In this story, we get
Parker
ourselves
Senpai?
clear,
Dude, I've been here this
indisputable
long.
evidence that in
Holy fuck.
1985,
Holy fuck.
6
I've been here
kids
this
were killed.
long? That's
Quote,
just
the
crazy,
rabbit
dude.
stopped in
Oh
front
my
of a
god,
door
it's
with a
8 p.m.
sign
already?
reading Party Room.
What the
Half a dozen
fuck?
kids, none of
Okay.
them older than
Wow.
Oswald. Their lifeless
Thanks, First Year
bodies
Senpai,
propped
for
into
letting me
sitting
know that.
positions, their legs stretched out in front of them. They were all wearing Freddy Fazbear birthday party hats. Oswald couldn't tell how they died, but he knew the rabbit was responsible for it. That the rabbit had wanted him to see his handiwork.
Ah.
On one hand, it's incredible to finally get ourselves a date and a firm number of dead children. But get ready to change your Facebook status because it is complicated. You see, 1985 has never once been an important date in the series. 1983? Absolutely, that's FNAF 4. 1987? You betcha, that's FNAF 2. We've got ourselves 80s representation everywhere. Mullets and Oingo Boingo for days, but never, not once has there ever
Oingo boingo, brother!
been a mention of 1985.
1985.
And while it might
Come
be
on,
easy
you guys
to
don't like
immediately
Oingo
write that off
Brothers.
as a typo
It's
or
a-
some
it's a
non-canon
JoJo
event,
reference.
it's definitely not. Far from it. In fact, for as wacko as it seems, this time-traveling ball pit from a short story and a spin-off series of books takes
1985.
Oswald back to a pizzeria that we've never seen before, but one that we have absolutely known to have existed since the second game in this series. As proof, let me pull up a clip from my second ever episode on FNAF, back when Purple Guy was actually Phone Guy. Ugh, those were the days. Every Way to Sunday, this game is a prequel. Posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 welcome you to this new location, implying that there was another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza somewhere before this one. Additionally, the Phone Guy makes reference to it on night 1, mentioning the old location and how it was left to rot. So let me recap. There's the restaurant from the first game, which is the last in the timeline.
My favorite part about this is that he didn't even really lose out on the minutes that he was talking about, right? He straight up was like, yeah, great way to save me research and make me lose out on YouTube watch time minutes. And so he had to actually include old clip from here. Thank you for swallow noises. Give me 1 second, hun. So obviously I'm out of water.
The one that you're currently working at in 1987 in Five Nights 2, an older location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria left to rot, and the original Fredbear's Diner. In FNAF 2, we're
Wait, okay. Well, I remember when he said that, I like didn't believe that shit either.
presented with newspaper clippings that outright
Those
says
walls
that this
kinda
location
sounded
is
like
having
footsteps.
a grand
Understandable.
reopening. But we knew even way back then, 5 years ago, that the events of FNAF 1 took place after FNAF 2. It was a prequel sequel, so there had to have been a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza that existed prior to FNAF 2 that got the franchise shut down in the first place. We also know that it wasn't Fredbear's Family Diner because Phone Guy calls that restaurant out separately.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. We're going to try to contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that.
So in this one random little scene from Fazbear Frights, we uncover a pivotal piece of the timeline that's been missing for the
Honestly,
last
that's
5
pretty
years.
good. That's actually quite surprising that he calls this shit out. And like, here it is. 5 years or a few years later. That's pretty... I like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good. Matt, +3 brownie points.
A mystery pizzeria that's been gone since the very
He earned it,
beginning
for
of
real.
this franchise. A pizzeria
I did not
that
believe
looks to be
it
home
whatsoever.
To the first 6 actual murders of the Fazbear story. In fact, I can actually do you one better. I believe this to be the 6 dead kids that we end up reuniting in the Happiest Day minigame from FNAF 3. Notice that detail about all of them wearing party hats. These were kids all taken from the same party. And the Happiest Day minigame from FNAF 3 has us reuniting them to finally finish the birthday party that got prematurely and gruesomely cut short. This
God
is
did say
huge
that the FNAF
information
bit too
here.
was almost entirely accurate. Yeah, but at the same time, like, I don't think Scott planned this shit out this far in, though. I think that he just planned a few things and then decided, yeah, I'm good. So, I mean, I don't know, maybe.
Here, guys. However,
Maybe he gave this one to Matt, honestly.
true to form, as it always is with this story, not everything lines up. With this being chronologically the earliest set of murders that we see at a pizzeria set before 1987, then we should be seeing the animatronics get possessed here. It's something that we've never actually seen in the games. This should be the missing children's incident, where the victims' bodies are shoved into the suits never to be found. But it's clearly not. The book makes it very obvious that these bodies were clearly out and visible. Quote again, there were noises, but not the usual ones of Freddy Fazbear's.
Yeah, exactly,
Screams,
Crasher.
crying
It's
children,
just gotta be
yells
like that.
for help, chaos. Oswald's stomach in knots, he moved through the crowd, past crying mothers running with their toddlers in their arms, past dads grasping children's hands.
You know what's interesting? There's a scene in the trailer where a kid is hiding inside a ball pit. It kind of feels like that.
And leading them swiftly towards the exit, their faces masks of shock. End quote.
What?
The bunny had laid out all his victims for everyone
my
to
God.
see. A far cry from the bodies being shoved into the suits and then not being discovered for years on end. Hence, the missing children's incident. And we know that the missing children's incident is most likely where the animatronics got possessed because, you know, their bodies are in the suits, along with the metal. And so the metal and the souls fuse together to create
Oh my
living
god, Axel, you must have lost your fucking mind to have seen that in the teaser trailer.
animatronics. Roll into FNAF 2 1987. Oh my gosh, look, there's living animatronics roaming around this pizzeria. Oh, and we installed security devices just because we know a murderer came around the last time. There's a reason I stopped talking about the timeline of these things. Additionally, there are 6 children dead.
There's a reason I stopped talking about the timeline of these things. Let me just scroll down this list real quick to see the next time he wrote timeline. Number 42. It says 3 new FNAF timeline theories. We're on number 28.
And the missing children's incident only had itself 5. That, in and of itself, would be okay, right? Since FNAF 6, 6 children has always been the magic number. It's weird to mention a magic number when talking about murdered children, but you know what? This series desensitizes you to a lot. Our list is Susie, Fritz, Gabriel, Jeremy, Cassidy, and Charlotte. The core 4 animatronics, Golden Freddy, and the puppet. 6. The problem is, Charlotte the puppet always seems to have a separate death outside of the building, outside of the realm of the other 5 children. So having her suddenly lined up with all the rest of the kids at the same time just doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. I don't know, maybe I just need to think on it more because everything else lines up. We have ourselves a golden bunny leading kids down a hallway into a back room, just like those original newspaper clippings described. He's also very clearly visible, which means he'd likely be taken into custody. Again, just like...
How many of the videos are there now? 57. I'm quite... Game theory, FNAF, a family rebuilt, ultimate timeline, finale. Yeah, I think that's it at that point.
Like those original newspaper clippings describe. As it always
The minute,
is with the
yeah,
series,
I know
so
there will be
many
more.
items line up, but there's just 1 or 2 little details.
This is our next Christian, you guys. Remember when I was doing a full Christian month? Like, look at this shit.
Sticking points that make the pieces fit a little awkwardly. I honestly think, though, that this isn't the last time that we're going to be seeing this pizzeria. Remember earlier when I mentioned that new FNAF game that's coming out in 2020, a little bit later this year, probably titled Into Madness? Well, that one is set in a mall with a very 80s theme. Again, we've been talking about the Rockstar animatronics for a couple episodes now, and that's the one where they get revealed. It wouldn't be surprising for me to see that game be the one where we finally step foot inside the first ever Freddy Fazbear's.
Hold on. This doesn't look like any of the characters, I'm pretty sure. But okay.
Be
Well,
the
of
one
course
where we
it's short.
finally
I'm just
step
kidding,
foot
bro.
inside the first ever Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria and witness all the events that Oswald just saw for ourselves. So there you have it, my friends. The first major and a couple of minor reveals that this.
I know there's 2 new characters, right? I know that. But I'm surprised Matt didn't sit down and figure that shit out. I promise you. I've seen some Monty Gator shit. I have. But, like, why hasn't Matt said anything about it? That obviously doesn't look like, you know, any of the other ones.
Installment had in store for us. However, there is one final mystery that this story might help us solve. Not
Isn't that
only
weird?
does it give us a new set of murders to think about, crimes that are now
Like, he's able to figure out that Glitch Trap is back from a 144p frame of something in the back, like a shadow dancing. But he can't figure out that this doesn't look like any, like, only Freddy really looks like how he looks like, you know, because his hat is there. Right? And, like, yeah, I can figure out that this is Chica, round head, or whatever. Yeah. But these 2 don't even look close to... Shadows can fool ya? Okay, but Glitch Trap in his 144p frame dancing apparently has to be quote-unquote obviously Glitch Trap? Like, I'm so confused how that, like, went through Matt's head. You know what it is, though? Hold on. You know what the fucking thing really is, though? I believe it, okay? You spend so much time looking for all the small details that things can hide in plain sight for you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking, right? Because, like, he can find in the shadows, he can find both Vanny and a 144p frame of quote-unquote obviously Glitch Trap dancing. But these are just right there. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's just, like, I believe that. Like, I can't give it to, or I can't not give it to him. Of course, I give him any of the research he does, even if I, like, don't always agree with the theories and their basis of it. But, like, this part, I don't even feel bad because, yeah, he spends so much time trying to figure out all the other small things that he might be missing that he literally missed, like, I don't know, the idea that shadows can be, you know what I'm saying? It's a Lily theory. It's not even a theory, though. This is just, like, an observation of mine. My observation is, like, these 2 characters don't really look like original, like, these look like new characters. Like, this, it obviously looks like a fucking horse. It doesn't even look like a gator to me, right? But it definitely doesn't look like any of the other characters. Or, like, Bonnie and shit. Yeah. What does he gain by saying who dat? I don't know. Like, I feel like he can look, like, at this point, he's looked through the picture to see Vanny's shadow. Right? I feel like he can theorize anything out of anything. I'm just saying, you know, like, oh, this to me looks pretty obvious to not be any of the original like this one, to be any of the original characters. Like that, I don't mind too much. This one looks like a horse to me, if anything, right? But I'm surprised Matt hasn't spoken about it. I guess it is a theory. You're right. I guess it is a Lily theory. Yeah. You're right. It is a Lily theory. My theory is that, you know, he kind of just missed it because he was looking so deeply into Vanny and other stuff.
First ever Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria and witness all the events that Oswald just saw for ourselves. So there you have it, my friends. The first major and a couple
Oh my god, you guys. This is it. This is the beginning. I just created a theory. Fuck!
of minor reveals that this installment had in store for us. However, there is one final mystery that this story might help us solve.
Alex Boom Boom is now boarding. Welcome to Volleyball Arrow. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight.
Chronologically, the earliest that we see in the timeline, but also Into the Pit may just be giving us the identity of the person behind all of this. I don't mean behind the child murders. I mean the mystery of the man behind the games. What do I mean by that? And what evidence do I have to prove it? Well, that, my friends, is a theory unto itself for next week. So in the meantime, subscribe, ring the bell, and most important,
what happened to your live action, bro?
certainly remember, it's all just a theory.
A game theory!
Thanks for sticking around to the end. I know these FNAF episodes tend to dive pretty deep sometimes, but even after all the games and books and shades of purple, I gotta say I still find them fun. That said, if this episode...
I knew it. I knew you found them fun. Don't lie to me. His VTuber studio died? You're fucking funny. I'm a ha 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 ha. Yo, what's up, Super Taker? FNAF timeline is a mess? It definitely is a mess. Alright. I think maybe this is gonna be my last one. We did not get to go through as much, I think, as last time. So it's a bit, but this one's probably gonna be my last one of the day.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory, where today we continue our analysis of FNAF's newly released ghost stories, the Fazbear.
A good dent in there? Is there? I don't remember where we left off earlier.
Key reveals, including the massive bombshell where we visit what is
I think a good 10
the
episodes.
earliest Freddy Fazbear's Pizza we've
But the
yet
last one
seen,
was like
a
19
location
episodes,
that
so
we
it's because they
have
get
never
longer and longer.
visited
Okay.
before in any of this series canon, but one that we know to have existed somewhere in the background since the release of FNAF 2. With 6 murders set in 1985, it makes it very likely that this was the mystery location to have closed down the franchise before its grand reopening 2 years later in 1987. And
I didn't
that,
even know
loyal
YouTube
theorists, is
algorithm
why I
liked
scrounged through every
longer
scrap of
videos.
FNAF
I thought that they
content
liked
out
shorter
there. Like,
videos.
entered the Stitch Wraith over here. Scott throws out ideas and I'm just digging through his dumpster hoping to cobble it all together into a workable body theory.
This is how I feel like it is to work with me, Axel.
Content out there. Like, entered the Stitch Wraith over here. Scott throws out ideas and I'm just digging through his dumpster hoping to cobble it all together into a workable body theory.
Like, I feel like okay, Axel, maybe this video idea, and you're just like going through it like, oh shit, okay, this is probably workable from that video, and this is workable from that video, and you cobble it together to be a nice full video.
Thing. Whatever. As that silly children's workbook taught me years ago, some of the biggest lore reveals in this franchise can happen in the unlikeliest of places. Yeah, we're gonna reveal Golden Freddy's name in this children's workbook word search. Fantastic.
Me, this video's 11 minutes. Can you cut it in half? Yeah, I actually always thought that shorter videos were better because then you can get more views. Like, more than likely, people can just enjoy the view. I mean, then again, I'm the ADHD bitch, right? Shit. Excuse me. God. But like, you know, once I sit there, I don't really like to have a 15-minute video unless I'm making it into a queue and where I can turn it on and fall asleep. You can always pause and resume later. It's true. Yeah, true story. I actually never knew that longer videos were supposed to be better.
Fantastic. Actually, it was fantastic. I thought it was a brilliant
Good night,
way to do it. That
Galileo.
said,
Rest
I will
well,
not
sweetie.
forgive dabbing Chica. Never. Truly a cursed image. But you see, I think there was one other massive lore reveal hidden in Fazbear Frights, buried amongst the tales of Extreme Makeover, Robot Edition, and Ball Pit Time Machine. A lore reveal that is absolutely worth our time exploring today. A lore reveal that introduces us to a character who's been helping to pull the strings since the very beginning. One who's been misleading us about the horrors of Fazbear Entertainment. Someone whose importance goes far beyond just the 40 pages he appears in throughout this book. I think Into the Pit may have just introduced us to the creator of these games. And I'm not talking about Scott Cawthon. Let me explain. One of the strangest inclusions in FNAF VR Help Wanted was a reference to a game designer that was telling lies about the horrors happening at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
We know that Fazbear Entertainment has developed something of a bad reputation over the last few decades. And while it's true that some stories associated with our name were loosely based on actual events, the majority of them were total fabrications from the mind of a complete lunatic. Lawsuits pending.
And yes, that sweet, sweet piece of man candy that you see there is Scott Cawthon himself. Okay, fine, haha, funny joke there, Scott. I mean, this series likes to get self-aware. We're all familiar with that. And for a mainline title in the series, this one felt pretty extreme, but fine, cool with it. And then you keep playing the game, and what started as a one-off tongue-in-cheek joke actually becomes a critical piece of the lore.
They lied to us. They lied to all of us. They told us that the whole point of this VR game was to undo the bad PR done by a rogue indie game developer who supposedly made up a bunch of crazy stories that tarnished the brand.
But it doesn't stop.
That looks like a pretty normal piece if you just spoke about that. You know what I mean? I don't know. That seems pretty normal if you just had that at the very intro, though.
Up there. There's more twists in FNAF VR than there is in a typical M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Fazbear Entertainment hired the game developer. Those indie games were designed to conceal and make light of what happened. This isn't just an attempt to rebrand. It's an elaborate cover-up.
The whole thing starts with like, oh, this game designer's a joke. Psych! No, he's not. He's actually critical to the lore and is exposing the crimes happening at these restaurants. Booyah, fooled you again. He's actually one of the villains. When the dust actually settles on this plot development, what we're left with is a game designer looking like Scott Cawthon, hired by Fazbear Entertainment to make indie games, the games that we've all been playing up to this point, in order to misdirect us away from the real lore of the story. So of course, I did an episode all about how Scott Cawthon is the villain of FNAF. Let me rephrase what we just heard. Scott is the real lore of the story. So of course, I did an episode all about how
I'm trying to remember what I was thinking to say.
Scott Cawthon is the villain of FNAF. Let me rephrase what we just heard. Scott is one of the bad guys. He was lying to us. If FNAF VR's tapes are to be believed, pretty much everything we know from the first 3, at least, but maybe even 4, 5, heck 6 games, could all be thrown out as complete fabrications created by Scott Cawthon for the sole reason because he was paid off by Fazbear Entertainment. Except, I was wrong. Nothing new to be sure, but here, my timing couldn't have been any worse.
Okay, I love that. I love that so much. Yeah, no shit, you were... Could you imagine, bro?
You see, earlier that very week that I uploaded that video, Scott made a post on Reddit saying that the indie game developer from FNAF VR isn't him. Here's what he had to say, quote, "The question is this, is Scott Cawthon now a part of FNAF lore?"
What?
The short answer is no.
Thank
yes,
you, Will.
I used
Good
my
night,
own picture
dear.
for this indie developer because it's an obvious parallel, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually me in universe, end quote. Yeah, Scott, you remain vague and mysterious about—
Okay, hold on. Now I can see what he's trying to say. Basically, if it wasn't important, Scott wouldn't mention it, right?
the lore for
Much
years,
love, hon,
half
bye.
a decade at this point. And this one little detail is the thing that you want to clarify. And you just choose to do it right before my video on this very topic,
That's
which,
true.
while it is honestly still
I
a
can
perfectly
believe this,
valid
yeah.
theory, gets everyone to dismiss all of the findings for that entire theory since it's the one small detail that I get wrong and everyone focuses on. I don't have feelings about any of that at all. Scott continues, quote again. So no, I'm not canon. Only the existence of a game developer that supposedly made video games based on actual events that may or may not be a cover-up by Fazbear Entertainment is canon.
This is definitely a Scott cop-out alarm. Watch out. Watch your volume levels. Volume levels. Cop-out alert. Cop-out alert. This is a Scott cop-out alert. You're welcome. Yep. Taco Taku, we are watching FNAF lore through the game theorist, Matt Pats.
Keep in mind that I do tend to use pictures of me and my family in the games, just because they're so readily available.
That said, oh!
In FNAF 4, I used a
What?
picture of a mountain range.
My little boy Jason is a face of the one you should not have killed. Wait, that's actually funny. That's genuinely funny. Oh my god. Why? We got it as a subathon goal. Punishment. That is kind of funny. What was I saying also? Yeah, I definitely believe that Scott like watches these things and he goes, damn, that's a good idea. I should have done that instead of what I originally was planning. Matt's like, yeah, this I'm pretty sure this is the story. And he's just like, oh shit, it would have been good if that was the story. Fuck, I guess it's the story now.
range that I took while I was a truck
How
driver
long have
in
you been
West
at
Texas.
this? For
I
a
used a picture of
while.
a snowman
For a
that me
while
and my
today.
older sons made together.
You got your
I used a picture
poster?
of a
What?
pet
Which
mockingbird
poster,
that we
Galileo?
nursed back to health one year. Do these have lore significance? Well, you probably already know the answer. End quote. Oh, I
What
know
does
the
that
answer,
mean?
Scott.
What does
And
that even fucking
answer
mean?
is yes. You breathe and it becomes canon. My ever-decreasing sanity aside, it does leave open
That
the
is actually
door
so
as to
funny.
the identity of who this
Your
rogue
VTuber
indie
poster?
developer
What is the
And
VTuber
I
poster?
think that Fazbear Frights' story Into the Pit reveals to us who it might
Earlier
actually
on,
be.
but the later game
Admittedly,
story
this
is
a
his
bit looser
own.
of a
I
theory,
don't know,
but I think it's
man.
one worth discussing.
Well,
I
everything
believe
technically
our
is
secret
his own, right? Anything technically is his own.
game designer, the one who's been lying to us through these games, is
Poster
the
of a
story's
VTuber?
main character, Oswald, the little 10-year-old boy who
Congratulations!
winds up in
That's
a
very
time-traveling
vague.
ball pit to visit the 1985
That's great though. You got your
version of
poster.
Freddy
Nice.
Fazbear's Pizza. I believe he grows up
It's
to be
no, it's
hired
not
on
my
by
poster. I
Fazbear
don't think
Entertainment
I've
to
released a
create
poster
these
recently.
games. Now, that might seem like a stretch for a character that we only get to know in the span of 40 pages, but holy Ballora, is there a lot of evidence in those 40 pages to back that assertion up. Shortly into his story, Oswald is shown to be obsessed with animatronics for no apparent reason. Quote from the book, he didn't know
Okay, to be fair, animatronics are very interesting. Like their technology and all that behind them. Animatronics are very interesting.
why, but lately he'd been drawing mechanical animals, bears, bunnies, and birds. He imagined them being human-sized and moving with the jerkiness of robots in an old science fiction movie. Sometimes he drew the animals' exposed metal skeletons or sketched them with the fur peeled back. It was a creepy effect, like seeing a person's skull peeking out from beneath the skin. End quote. Now mind you, this is without him ever having a connection to animatronics. Heck, he doesn't have a connection to the pizzeria at this point in the story.
But he
has
knows
never
what, like-
been there. Nothing. This
How
is
do you
just
know
him
he's never
naturally
been there?
choosing to draw these oddly specific things.
Like,
without
where
any
did the ball pit go? Where did he find the ball pit, dude? Good night, Toki. Rest well. Good night, good night.
outside references or influences. So already this boy seems to have himself a strange connection to the FNAF lore, or is just a psychopath in training, but there's more. For such a short
And
story,
Jeff's
Into the
Pizza,
Pit
I
takes
mean,
a
yeah,
lot.
but Jeff's Pizza apparently back then, right? Like, I bet in Jeff's Pizza they also have animatronics. I don't
Of
know.
time to establish Oswald as a fan of video games, B-grade Japanese movies, and manga. A lot of time.
How do you know
for a
it's
40-page
B grade, bro?
story. We hear about him listening to video game soundtracks. We witness the debates that he has with
Oh,
his
'cause it
father over
specifically
cheesy
is
Toho-style
B-grade
Godzilla
Japanese
monsters.
horror
How
film.
funny he finds the actors' lips not matching up with the dubbed-in words in those sorts of movies. He visits the library, and we hear about his enthusiasm for the latest manga installment. Now, the connection to video games is pretty obvious here, right? If he likes video games, well, there's a chance that he'd want to grow up to be a designer of video games.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, a lot of pizza places have animatronics, right? So I assume, like, fucking Chuck E. Cheese is a VTuber now, for God's sake.
Games himself, but it's his connection to old cheesy Japanese
I bet, like, yeah.
films and manga that really got my gears turning. Think back to Ultimate Custom Night. At various point thresholds,
Hold on. Old Japanese, like, films definitely had, I don't know. I definitely believe that there's some kind of animatronic looking usage there.
in that game, you would unlock the Bear of Vengeance cutscenes, each one clearly inspired by those old, poorly dubbed Japanese samurai movies, the art style clearly riffing on classic anime and manga animations. The mysterious designer of the FNAF games, who presumably
great.
made
Awesome.
Ultimate Custom
Love
Night,
this.
would need to be a fan of this style
Amazing.
of storytelling to want to incorporate it into his work. And here we have ourselves Oswald, a person who exists in this universe, whose limited characterization is spent establishing him as a fan of exactly this.
I'm pretty sure there's Five Nights at Freddy's, like, Ikemen art. Yep. There are some, I think. You're afraid to ask what that means? No, Ikemen art is just like hot Japanese dudes art. I'm trying to see. Freddy, what is it? Freddy Fazbear Ikemen. You know what? No, I don't think so. I thought it was one, but it doesn't seem like it is.
Type of storytelling. Speaking of limited characterization, it's a minor connection, but a key point of the story is how money-strapped Ozzy and his family are. The reason he spends so much of his time in the library and the pizzeria is that they're both cheap forms of entertainment during the day, while his family works over the summer. If Oswald were to grow up and end up designing the FNAF games, well, it would actually be a somewhat similar story arc to Scott Cawthon himself. As his story goes, Scott was a struggling game designer. He was making minimum wage during the day as a Dollar General store clerk and working on
I can't believe we really went through 28 episodes of FNAF before we ever actually got to Scott lore, which is pretty crazy because Scott lore is one of like the best like indie game developer lores out there.
on his games at night, with none of them going anywhere, many of them being poorly received. The first Freddy's game was the one where all of his years of hard work and grinding finally paid off. There's obviously a lot more to that story,
How much
but
FNAF
suffice
lore
it to
is
say,
there?
Oswald seems to be a character
57
after Scott's
fucking
own heart,
theories,
coming from
apparently.
modest means,
These
a
are all
fan of nerd
theories, though, so
culture.
it's
to see
just a
Ozzy
lot
be
of,
the
like, big
in-universe
community
programmer
theories
of
throughout
these
all these
games, to be
years.
Scott's literal in-universe stand-in for himself, well, it doesn't seem like that much of a stretch. But okay, saying our designer was this kid who draws spooky animatronics, comes from a low to modest income family, a story similar to Scott, and likes video games and anime is still a bit of a stretch, right? Describes like 90% of kids. Okay, well, maybe not all kids have a psychic connection with a decades-old murder restaurant, but the rest of it, sure, pretty generic kid. Here's the thing though, we're not just talking about Oswald's character traits here. If you look at Ozzy's experience with the Fazbear restaurant in the story, you could see where he'd be inspired to include certain game elements that we ourselves have played through. The first and most obvious is Jeff, the current owner of Jeff's Pizzeria, the pizzeria
Why
that
does
took
Jeff
over the
look like
abandoned
that?
Freddy Fazbear's and Oswald's time. He's
Why does-
described in the book like this, quote, Jeff was creepy too. He looked 100 years old, but was probably just 30, with those heavy-lidded,
Maybe he's just
bloodshot
tired.
eyes,
Maybe he's just
stained
stressed
apron,
out,
and
bro.
Slow speech and movement. He was like a zombie pizza chef. And
Dude, every kid is gonna take a look at somebody who's in their 30s, hungover, and go, oh my god, he's like a fucking zombie pizza chef. That's crazy. What? They drew him that way? A kid drew him that way? Bro, man was probably just hungover and tired, all right? Catch me at 7 a.m. I look and sound exactly the same shit.
slow movements, bloodshot eyes, zombie pizza chef with a red-stained apron. It sounds like it could very well be the inspiration behind an undead murderer in a pizzeria who refuses to die, or a walking purple zombie that haunts the streets of the town. Remember, the game designer hired on by Fazbear Entertainment was tasked
Exactly,
to lie about and
Avarice.
make light of the murders in the Freddy restaurants. So what we see in the games would likely be a mix of reality
Man's really just, you know, man's really just booted and haven't rallied yet. You know what I mean?
and fiction. Oswald could very well be pulling from his real-life experiences. I mean, the names of people Oswald encounters also have themselves an uncanny similarity to what we see in the games. Ozzy's best friend from the past is named Mike. A Mike who outright says this, quote, you know, when I was little, I loved Freddy Fazbear's band. I even had a stuffed Freddy I used to sleep with, end quote. Wee-woo, wee-woo, wee-woo. Oh, sorry, that's the lore connection alarm.
That actually is pretty fucking close, bro.
Goes off anytime someone makes a passing reference to FNAF 4. In that same conversation, Mike also reveals that he has himself a sister. Wee-woo, wee-woo, wee-woo. Sorry again. And then they also talk about how creepy clowns and dolls are. Whoop, 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 whoop. Apologies, that's my other alarm. That's the sister location revelation alarm. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be Mike
This is
Afton
cute.
or
I love
Mike
this.
Emily. Oh, you can bet I checked into that one. But these conversations could certainly have inspired Oswald to make a character named Mike, who lives and loves the Freddy Fazbear franchise, who has himself a favorite Freddy plush, who has a sister who loves dolls and becomes a really creepy clown doll hybrid who commands an army of dolls herself. Later in the book, Oswald meets a girl named Gabrielle, who loves Greek myth and gives him the courage to fight back against Golden Bonnie. Gabrielle is a very random character,
What?
but one with, again, a very important name. One that is, once again, shockingly similar to one of the kids that we find on our gravestone, Gabriel.
My favorite part is Gabriel has been, like, not talked about at all. Because at least Fitz and Jeremy have been mentioned for other reasons. Susie gets a whole other cutscene. whatever her name is, you know, like took forever to find her and got like a whole book thing. And Gabrielle took this fucking long, aka Gabriel.
Even the theme of this short story could have inspired Oswald's games. You see, after Oswald uncovers the 1985 murders, his dad gets sucked into the time travel pit by Golden Bonnie. And not just sucked in, he's replaced. Suddenly, everywhere his dad should be, Ozzy instead sees the silent, staring Golden Bonnie.
Oh, God, bro.
watching.
Now that's the actual stuff of nightmares and also probably a visual disc.
Ozzy is the only one who sees it too. Everyone else just sees his father like normal. Actually a really creepy, disturbing piece of imagery. One that gets Ozzy to question his own sanity. But it's also one that directly ties back to the core motif of the games. A father, William Afton, becoming a golden bunny to terrorize kids, including his own son. A son who then has to go out, seek, and ultimately rescue his father in order to end the nightmare. And then you just have random lines inserted into the story that kind of fit but kind of don't, but are also oddly specific to key moments throughout the FNAF franchise, like this, quote, "Every day you toss me out on the street like garbage," end quote, which are reminiscent of the FNAF 6 salvage minigames, with animatronics literally being thrown out on the street. This line, as Ozzy says it in the context of the scene, is kind of awkward, but if you're looking at it through the lens of, hey, this is actually a lore connection back to the games, now all of a sudden, it fits perfectly. There are just so many details that line up between Oswald's character, the people he meets, and the things that he goes through that line up with someone who could have made the FNAF games, who could have concocted parts and pieces of this story. Even motive-wise, it makes sense. Maybe Fazbear hires him on because they know he
I still think the whole idea between having like, oh, by the way, all these games and the story that you guys just found, that's not even the real game. All these games are really just part of the bigger picture game. You're in the game. It makes me feel like, you guys know that scene in Michael Scott where that one episode where he's supposed to be working with a couple of marketers for a new ad, and he's like, you have a little girl inside of a sandbox, you know, and then you zoom out, the sandbox is really a sandcastle and the biggest playground. You zoom out, the playground is inside of, you know, like a prison. You remember that? Yeah? Exactly. It's kind of a, yeah.
Truth,
It's
and
just
to get him
interesting.
to shut up. Maybe Ozzy accepts the money because A, he's poor, and B, he's scared. He knows what they can do to him. I mean, will any of this ever come into play in any way, shape,
Probably
or form?
not.
Unclear. Probably not.
Yeah,
but
what did I fucking say? What did I fucking say?
One, it actually may be able to help us better separate out the truth from the fiction in the early games of this franchise. Like knowing zombie people were inspired by Jeff, the owner of Jeff's Pizzeria, the zombie guy, may take all of that information off the table and really let us focus in on what truly matters, a specific subset of murders. But even if it doesn't do anything grandiose like that, too, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing Oswald again at some point. I mean, already there's a new teaser for the next installment of Fazbear Fright, Fetch, up on Scott's website, so you can bet that we're gonna have a lot more to say about this series and its connections with the games in the coming months. But hey, that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks for watching.
My name's Jeff. Lily sees so much, she's starting to think like, I don't, probably not. Unclear, probably not. That's what I fucking thought. That's what I fucking thought. I love that. You know what? Yeah, it's true. It's true, I think. Genuinely, I feel like I'm starting to get more of it in the way that it's like, take everything with a drop of a hat, all right? Or whatever the fucking metaphor is there. My brain's dead either way, right? But yeah, take everything with a grain of salt. Thank you. Yeah, the grain of salt. So when's the Toontown research grind for your own theory series? What do you mean Toontown research grind? I already have the Toontown theories out here. There's no interesting mystery theory whatsoever. But I'm still the Toontown queen. Woo! Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, take everything with a grain of salt. Half the things are real. Half the things are, you know, not real. You're watching this nice, long, convoluted slasher film. You just have fun with it. If it's more like that, then I'm like, yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Half of the things are cop-outs because it's just a slasher film, right? and the other half is just really interesting, like fodder for the reality, non-reality thing. I don't know. So far, okay, we are at 29 currently, just in case I forget by tomorrow, but we should be able to pick it out. But yeah, that is going to be the last of our episodes today. Thank you so much, you guys. Tomorrow we have multiple collabs, right? I still have to do my Valorant training day arc day 2. I also have another birthday I'm celebrating with another VTuber, or their birthday I'm celebrating with another VTuber, Phoenix, out there. We're doing some Jackbox, woo woo, as far as I know. But you guys, thank you very much. And thank you all, you guys. My name is Lilybell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Let's see. Let's see. Another Phoenix. Who is this person? It's Phoenix. How do we do? Let's do a poll. If we should we rest our computer and turn and just raid, or should we do VTuber radio? Yeah, I have the poll up. The poll is up. Okay. Lilybell sleeping ASMR? Absolutely not. So my main issue is that, well, firstly, the PC isn't inside of my room, thankfully. The last time that I did Lilybell sleeping anything and I had the PC in my room, I couldn't stop looking at chat to see what they were doing. So I ended up not being able to get any actual sleep. Okay, a lot of people seems like right now they want to do a raid, which is totally good. Let's do it. Let's see. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's that I'm just so curious about you guys. Alrighty, looks like most are going to be going towards raid. Sounds good. Okay, since I haven't been able to do any... Oh, damn. Hold on. A couple of these are good. Since I haven't been able to do a lot of... since I haven't been able to do a lot of Honkai Star Rail, I'm going to send you guys over to Good Friend. Chat can't be trusted alone most of the time. I mean, my chat's been good, right, guys? Right? I don't gotta worry about nobody acting up, right? All right, once again, thank you very much, you guys. My name is Lilybell. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? Be good for me. I love you guys so much. And thank you for flying with Lilybell Air. Bye-bye now.